Of time, I want to go ahead and get going this morning. And before we start, we always like to open up with a word of prayer. And this morning we're going to mix it up. I'm going to offer a word of prayer, and we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm just feeling it this morning. So let's pray. Heavenly Father God, we love you. We thank you for all your many blessings. And Lord, we know that all blessings come from you. There's nothing that we have that has not come from you. And Lord, you've just entrusted us to be stewards of all that you provided for us. And God, that's why we're here today, is to try to be the very best stewards of what the people have in this great state and all that it offers. So just be with us this morning as we have conversation about how we conduct business here as a government and how we serve the people of this state. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Right over here this way. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank y'all so much for joining us, and just as I've tried to do each time we've met, I usually like to just take a point of personal privilege, sort of, but I want to start off with reminding everybody that there's sign-in sheets. We have one, and there was no particular rhyme or reason except to try to segment this thing so that it's easier for the committee to understand who's speaking on what and kind of the flow of it. We have a sheet for architects and design professionals that are scheduled to present. We have one for construction management at risk type firms. I know that some special in those delivery methods, etc. And then there's one for general contractors / subcontractors. And as I said before, Mark Woodall reminds me all the time that they're the same, and I get that. But just for the sake of how we're going to flow, if you haven't signed the sheets, the sign-up sheets, please do. And do you have them? We're going to start with architects and design professionals. But before we do, I just wanted to kind of run back through this so that for those of you who have not been to the meetings so far, I just wanted to do another welcome. Welcome to your state capitol and the Coverdale Legislative Office Building. I like to remind people every time we meet that we're elected as legislators, but these buildings do not belong to us. These buildings belong to you, and I want you to keep that in mind as you hear this conversation moving forward, that we work at your pleasure and we work for you, and that we're here to try to do what's best for the citizens of Georgia and make the very best decisions of what we have. I know that Sarah has been very patient with me, Sarah Arroyo, and she's with our House Budget and Research Office. You'll see me refer to her or communicate with her quite a bit. Again, she works for you. She works with us for you, and if you have any questions, if you jot down that maybe you don't want to ask in here this morning, but you have some information that we can get back to you from this committee meeting or the previous two, let us know, and we'll be glad to get them. We are here by the people and for the people. I just can't say that enough, that what it is we're trying to do on this study committee is make sure that we're being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars and using the best processes for that. Most of you know that this is to study the delivery methods of our construction projects. And I think Marvin Woodward was the one that shared with us that we have $1.56 billion just this year. 80% of that $1.56 billion, the construction management at-risk delivery method, will be used. And that is billion with a B. And so to say that this is an important issue, it would be an understatement. And I've, again, at each meeting tried to lead off with this. Constitutionally, as a legislature, there's only a few things we have to do. One is convene the second Monday in January. The second one is it's a 40-day legislative session. And the third one is pass a budget. And in Georgia, we pass a balanced budget. And I can only imagine that you would agree with me that $1.56 billion is a lot of that budget. We just passed the largest budget ever in Georgia's history of over $25 billion. And so we're here just to make sure and hear from everyone about possibly what we could do to make this process better, and hopefully get your input either way. So we're going to start off with our architects and design professionals, and forgive me if that's not what it goes by. I hear all these different names for what they are, but in this conversation I've heard them referred to as architects/design professionals. So we have David Sutherland with AIA that's going to kind of kick us off, and just want to kind of tell you what we're asking right out of the gate for whatever presenter comes up. A little bit about yourself, who you are, who you're with, maybe just a brief history, and then the pros and cons of these delivery methods, whether it's CM at Risk, Design Bid Build, Select Build, and Marvin and the Georgia State Finance and Investment Commission did a great job in the first committee meeting of kind of walking us through the different delivery methods. I will have to say that if we have questions, probably what I'll do is just say, excuse me, or I'm sorry, we have a question, because sometimes the question, if I don't go ahead and let them ask the question, you've moved so far along that it's not pertinent to kind of what the question was or whatever. So, David, take it away, buddy. We appreciate you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for having us this morning. I represent the American Institute of Architects and about 2,300 professionals here in the state, and our members are ethically charged with protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the people who use and take advantage of the buildings and the properties that we work on. I myself am the executive director of AIA, both for AIA Georgia and the Atlanta chapter. We represent about 1,700 members here in Atlanta. The rest of that 2,200 are spread around the state, with the second largest chapter being in Savannah. Our members also, the demographics of the firms they work with, probably half of our members work for large firms, meaning more than 10 or 15 architects in a firm. The rest of them work for very small firms, those literally less than 10. Many of them are just single practitioners, probably more than half of our members for those small firms. And the vast majority of our members are doing mostly commercial and state work, some faith-based work, but less on the residential side. In the state, we have a lot more architects than are members of AIA. A lot of that has to do with residential members. Residential architects are less likely to be members, but more so we have architects licensed in the state who live in other states. And that's somewhere, we'd have to check with Secretary Kemp, but that number usually is somewhere around 15 to 20% of the total members in the state. We have, and I want to emphasize too, that I am not an architect, so most of the questions you all are going to have related to this, I'm going to have directed to our members, and I'm going to introduce those in a moment. But I will be glad to come back and answer any questions about the association, the demographics, and so on. AIA itself is made up of a national organization that does work mainly in Washington, D.C. We're the professional association, much like the Bar Association for Architects. We have about 80,000 members nationally. Then we have a state chapter. We spend a lot of our time here at the Capitol. And then 7 chapters scattered around the state of Georgia. And then I want to introduce the 2 folks who are going to talk today. We did our best to try to look for some diversity in who we brought. I have sitting next to me Mike Collins, who's with one of our larger firms, Collins Cooper Carusi. They do a lot of education, particularly K through 12 work. And then also Cheryl McAfee, who I spoke with her a few moments ago. She may have walked in behind me, but she was at the Sloppy Floyd building. So Cheryl represents one of our smaller firms. And they've been around a very long time. But I'm going to let them answer the technical questions and excuse myself from the table, but please feel free to call me back if you have any questions. Okay. Thanks so much.
Just real quick, we make sure that anyone who presents, you share the microphone, and these committee meetings are videoed for archive purposes and for the use of the committee. So just make sure that whoever's speaking, make sure you've switched the microphone back and forth, please.
Good morning. I got my exercise this morning. They sent me to 4 different buildings. Okay, but it's great to be here, and thank you for having us. I'm here to talk about the qualifications-based public procurement, and my name is Cheryl McAfee. I'm an architect. I come here sort of wearing 5 hats. I'm a member of the American Institute of Architects. I'm a fellow of the Institute, which is an elevation that I received over 15 years ago and very proud of from my peers. I'm a small business. I'm a local business. I'm a women-owned business, and I'm a minority-owned business. So I come with several perspectives on doing business with the state, and find this as a very important matter. So thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I think it's very important that we understand the rationale between qualifications versus bid in terms of architecture and professional services. In professional services, there's really no documents to bid. We're the creative arm of the process, and so qualifications is a really good, strong way to look at firms and to look at the qualifications of firms. That's not to say that I don't empathize with the issues that surround how we approach qualifications. So I do think that and would advocate that the state look at how they weight qualifications, what are some of the mechanisms that are used to qualify companies and firms that would make it more inclusive. For example, if there's a firm that seems to get a lot of work consistently, perhaps there should be some advantage given to firms that have not participated in it. We've been in business for over 54 years. I'm a second generation practice, and we've done projects all over the country. And so sometimes they always say you're qualified, but still you're not selected. And so there has to be something going on in terms of the selection process and how it is weighted. And that's something that I'm not going to criticize the process, but I do think that we can be critical of the process and look at ways that can make those qualifications more inclusive for firms like mine throughout the state. I want to say, too, that there's been a study about qualifications-based, and for Georgia Tech actually did which is an agency, I don't know if they've already told you this, but they were better able to control cost based on qualifications-based projects. And the impact on health, safety, and welfare with respect to how we look at buildings and things like that are based on qualifications, not on bidding. We may be doing some work right across the street and some other areas around the state in terms of accessibility and life safety. So those are more qualifications based. They're not quantifiable because you haven't identified the problem. You know that there's a problem, but you don't know how to solve it. You don't know what the specific parameters are of those violations. And so we go in and look at those violations, and basically you can't really quantify them until you know what they are. So, and accessibility, for example, has a lot of different forms. When we were working on the stadium, the new Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and our role was to look at the accessibility. Well, accessibility comes in a lot of different forms. Sometimes you can't really see them; they're not obvious, and so someone can have a epilepsy, for example, and that's not noticeable until they have a fit. And actually, someone had been dragged out of a game because somebody thought they were inebriated and drunk instead of giving them care. So there's a lot of ways to look at accessibility. So they're not necessarily obvious, and so we have ways of addressing those. So I want to be brief and turn it over to my colleague for comments also, and I would entertain any other questions that you might have. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mike Collins, and I certainly don't wear as many hats as Cheryl does, but I am an architect, and I've been practicing in Atlanta since 1983, so I moved from a state north of us, but I feel like I'm a Georgian now. In 1987, well, I want to share two things with you. I want to share really our journey, and because we faced some of the same challenges that I think this group is faced with, and how to manage this process to when we started the firm. We started the firm in 1987, and as a 27-year-old, I'd be naive if I told you exactly what our objectives were, but we set out to say that we wanted to serve public and private clients that had a mission, and the mission was, do good for the community, build buildings that had a legacy, build buildings that would be there for 30 years, and naturally, state and public buildings fit cleanly in that target area. And as we started the firm, we were early on faced with the dilemma, of targeting. Well, when you start a firm and you have 3 projects in your portfolio, you don't know a lot of people, so you're going around showing these 3 projects, trying to make them look like 6 projects. You don't have a lot of wares to sell. So you're faced with, okay, do we target projects that use fee as the basis of selection, and therefore we have to be the low-cost provider to win, or do we chase projects where qualified-based considerations in some fashion is in play, and then you happen to have an opportunity to negotiate a fair fee. So we did both, and we learned pretty early on that the low-cost provider strategy really didn't serve our aspirations to be a high-quality design firm, and in the end, we don't think it served our clients' expectations that we provide high-quality, innovative projects. And the reality of that is we're all trying to run a business, and so in order to be a low-cost provider, what we found is that internally we had to generally put less expensive staff on the project, which a lot of times meant less qualified staff. It didn't mean the product was bad, but it wasn't the best it could be. We were also then faced with selecting engineering consultants, which architects pass through generally about 35% of their fees. So if we get an award for a project and here's our fee, about a third of that fee is passed through to structural, mechanical, electrical, fire protection, AV consultants. And so we found to be the low guy, we also had to pick the low numbers. And engineers, I think, are smarter than architects. They don't... If they give you a low fee, that's all they're going to do. They don't take it beyond. But at the end of the day, we felt like that nobody was winning because the contractors weren't happy with us. Our drawings weren't perfect, and they never have been. The the staff was struggling because we weren't building a reputation for quality service that we were trying to set up so we could chase these bigger projects. And the owner, was exposed to more probable construction issues that may have resulted in change orders. And probably more importantly, the owner may have been exposed to a legacy building that wasn't the best it could be. And a lot of those things play out over the next 15 to 20 years as systems fail to perform or not as efficient. So we ended up focusing on clients that valued innovation and service, and those clients that we would have an opportunity to actually negotiate a fair fee. And don't get me wrong, when I say, fees have always been an issue at every project we go after. And the nice thing about the QBS system is that you're selected based on your qualifications. Then you have a chance to sit down with the owner and present, here's who we chose as consultants, here's why, and you make an informed decision together. It is still a very strongly negotiated fee, and in fact, the fees in the state projects still probably are, the final fair fees are probably 20% less than what we would be able to demand in public work. So fees are always at an issue, as an issue in how we get the work, but they are, in this scenario, they are not the driving factor. But David asked me, so how did you get over that hurdle? And I think it was just probably annoyance and persistence and being passionate. We'd show up at Board of Regents' office weekly, and it was prior to Jim being there, but somebody got tired of seeing us there and finally took a risk on us getting a little project. I think it took us 4 years to get our first Board of Regents project, and it was a small project on the University of Georgia campus, and since that time we've continued to work, and we're down doing projects that are over $60 million in value. And I think David wanted me also mention we also do a lot of work for K through 12, both in public and private. And K through 12 generally, from what we've seen, they use a quality-based selection, but then they prescribe a fee. It's on a fee scale regulated in many counties. And because of that fee, we selectively choose which clients we want to go after because the fees are lower. They're hard to do the job you want to do. And I think that's why you'll see a lot of qualified firms don't go after that kind of work. We choose to work with, quite honestly, the larger systems that have repeat work, so at least you have some job stability. It's not bad work, but again, fees come into play in terms of running the business. And I wanted to share just very quickly, the value of fee. I mean, we talked about architecture fees, and I did some quick math last night, and architect engineering fees normally represent about 4.5 to 5.5% of the total project cost. When I'm saying total project cost, that's hard costs, soft costs, fees, all the budget that the owner's carrying. Yet this is a team that has direct influence over how 75 to 85% of those fees are invested. Both first cost, but as importantly, long-term costs. So, I think as an architect and as a taxpayer, and believing that the state deserves the best buildings we can provide them, I'm certainly a proponent of the QBS system. I agree with Cheryl that there's obviously some opportunities maybe to tweak the process, but it feels like a fair and reasonable process from our perspective. Thank you.
Any questions? I've got a couple, but I want to give the committee an opportunity. And I think Ms. McAfee mentioned about, being some critical of the selection process. And on one of the things we learned during this committee was how different the selection process can be from Georgia State Finance and Investment Commission to Department of Education to Regents to Department of Transportation and the Technical College System of Georgia. And so I guess my question would be, and I think you referenced K through 12 or schools. Do you receive an RFQ in most cases as an architect or design firm when these schools are being prepared? When they're fixing to try to move forward with building a school, does your architecture firm or whatever receive an RFQ for that? How do you find out about?
Yeah. So I will say that sometimes we do and sometimes we don't. And I have found out through word of mouth. I mean, someone who knows our company and that are it is wonderful that. I do have friends and colleagues that are other architects that'll say, Cheryl, do you know, they're going to have a meeting, or I'm at this meeting, it's an RFQ's coming out, you're not here. You're one of the faces that ought to be here. And so, I mean, and I'll, since I'm right down the street. I basically live down the street. I spend most of my life in my building, in my office right down the street. I only spend about 5 hours in bed. So, that's how, and oftentimes that is the case, that even though I'm on a vendor's list, I'm not aware that it's coming out. So that I don't put that on necessarily the vendor itself. I mean, I'm the vendor to them. And so it's my responsibility also to make certain that my information's updated on that list. But it does take, and for a small firm, it takes a lot of time and effort and value to go and to make certain and to target certain entities. And so I have gone to the Board of Regents a lot over the years, still have not been successful with the Georgia Board of Regents work. And it's not because we don't do good college campuses. I've done a lot of work with the Technical Colleges System of Georgia. But so oftentimes I'll find out about a project there after the fact. And somebody will say, "Oh, Cheryl, I wish you had come after our project." But I go to all these vendor meetings. They have, outreach. I think it's important to go to outreach, and it's important to stay in touch. But no, so to your answer, we don't always, but sometimes we do. And
when you say, and again, this is just me. You're going to figure out this morning that I'm just going to tell you what comes to my mind, but
that's okay.
I can't imagine with the amount of money we're spending in building schools that there's not an RFQ sent out to every firm, regardless of whether it's qualifications based and price is not a part of that selection process, that you hear about it word of mouth, or that you are on a list to try to get Regents projects. And so that was a comment. Here's another question. Would you say that part of the reason you're not getting the University of Georgia, possibly a building on the University of Georgia or the Regents, whether it's at a South Georgia State College where I'm from, or Georgia Southern in Statesboro, or University of Georgia in Athens, is because the RFQs are written in such a way that you score higher if you have previously built a building
Yes.
for them?
Oh, yeah, and it's familiarity. So some things are about relationships. So, for example, I went to Georgia Board of Regents hosts a big vendor conference where they invite you. So I've been to probably 5 of those now, and and I've put my name in, and so they tell you we really would like to have you. I've made at least 10 trips to Athens. For several different projects, because the issue is the facilities director at those campuses also make recommendations. The other thing is that there's a relationship with the leadership. If the president of the campus knows you and has a relationship with you, when they're doing the planning, that doesn't necessarily come out. It's not necessarily an RFQ or anything. It's that they have confidence in you and you do the planning work, and they do that out of their discretionary funds. So then, therefore, that company's then familiar, and so when it comes time to do projects, they get selected no matter what the process is. But I do think that I do think that leadership, the Georgia legislature needs to do something, whether it's the Board of Regents, whether it's the whether it's the DOT. I mean the Georgia DOT, because we're GDOT certified and we're
Right.
transportation certified, and in fact we're one of the few firms that are actually airport transportation, the aviation. You can't get that one very easily. So we've gotten the highest marks, but still, when we go after those projects at the state level where the state money's being spent, I can walk in a room and tell that they're just not, they look at, as a woman can do this, so I think that there are a lot of nuances that I think we really do need to place in the qualifications, in the criteria, and then weight it that way. I mean, if Georgia's really sincere about wanting to increase small business, then put small business as a qualification, and I think look at do you really want to promote women-owned businesses? I will tell you that we struggled during the crisis, as everybody else did, when we had the big economic turndown that I don't want to forget. I can't forget. And we were doing well. We had a lot of projects, but when that economic downturn happened, what happened is everybody got squeezed. So the large firms downsized from maybe 200 to 50 or 100. And I was listening to NPR during that process, and they went after projects that they would not have gone after before. Well, those projects were mine. So what happened is they went and sold a bill of goods to the clients that I had, took those clients away from me.
Okay,
Yeah.
you just brought up a question. If there was a fair and transparent selection process, how do you sell somebody a bill of goods? Why would it not just be in the RFQ per se? I hear that phrase a lot, or that comment a lot, that perhaps somebody went and developed a relationship either with someone on a college campus or
Yes.
a technical college campus or a
Sure.
school board.
Sure.
And so that's what you just said. They've
Yes.
sold them a bill of goods, and that's part of why we're here. How does that happen? How do you sell someone a bill of goods
How do you do
to
it?
be able to get on that short list to be the designer or the architect on these projects?
How do you do it? It's public. So these are all public offices. So in many respects, they have an obligation to see you. So if someone walks in, makes an appointment, they can say, here's some things that we offer. So there's nothing. I don't have a problem with that. But what I have a problem with is that somebody comes in, which is an ethics issue to me, but can say we can do it better than somebody else is doing, which they couldn't, because actually they came back to us and said, they really screwed up.
Right.
But and we need you back. We fixed it. But the issue is that it is a free and open, especially when it's facilities. If it's something that is discretionary, they can. And I get my foot in the door by going and saying, here's the services that I can offer. Here's the things that we can do. So I don't think that I would never want to hinder anyone's ability to go into anybody's public office, because they're there to serve. They're there to serve the public. They get paid by the state of Georgia, and it's our taxpayer dollars that are going to them. They should be able to do that. But that's how you sell. They sell their ware, their goods, their services.
Mr. James has a question for you.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment about Board of Regents solicitation for architects and other consultants. The state construction manual requires that all consulting contracts over a certain dollar amount be posted on the public registry with the state. And we don't send out RFQs to anybody. Actually, they're all posted on the website. I think it's $75,000 and up. And so anyone who wants to do work with the state, including the Board of Regents, can go to that website and see all the opportunities that are legally required to be posted there. Not to say there couldn't be some improvements in the process, but nobody gets an RFQ sent to them directly. It's all posted on the public website.
You just have to know that they're posted. So when they, in other words, when they are posted. So in other words, when projects are coming up, you have to know that they're coming up. They are posted and but there's preemptive work that has to be really done and relationships that have to be made before those projects are ever listed. There's a pre-list, because I've worked on actually the ones that go before the state legislator, so when I work with a campus to put together a little brochure that goes to the Board of Regents, that goes to the legislature from the Board of Regents for them to then say, yeah,
Right.
we'll fund this.
Right, and I think Mr. Jim mentioned, and that's our responsibility to kind of keep an eye on that list to make sure we see what's coming up, whether it's a hard bid or construction management, whatever. But I don't want us to confuse these two. Is that my question was more not just the regents, but it gets really different when you start going to the Department of Education money going down through the school system, where they absolutely can just choose. The school board can just choose a design professional. And so and what Mr. James is referring to is, yes, if it's over a certain amount of money, it has to go out public. We have another question down here. Representative Martin.
If I could, to interject the gentleman's point about the postings in a land, far, far away in a time long past, 25 years ago, I was with a firm that did hardware, software, and there was at a point where we thought we might, want to do stuff with public agencies, and it's absolutely, it was then, now it's more electronic. But it's up to you to check the bid side. It goes out there. We used to send people down to the Floyd building to pick up things on Monday or Tuesday. I forget what the day it was. So, that's across the country. I think we want to be really careful that we get into a situation where we tell governments they have to send to people, because what will happen is somebody will move their office and we'll create a situation where you were supposed to send the notification for all the vendors, but I moved my office so I didn't get notified. So after you pick a vendor, I'm going to lodge a protest, and then the building's going to be back a year and the kids aren't going to be in the school, and it's going to cost more. So is it not true? I'll ask both of you this, and certainly with a small business, we were a small business at the time, it's harder for me to run somebody down to pick up the paperwork or sit in the back because Fulton County was great at it. They would announce what they were going to do and talk about a project for a software or hardware development project and have a sort of a pre-bid conference, go forth and do it, get back with us in 30 days. So I understand it's harder for a small business, but is it not true that is pretty much the process that's used across the United States, that it is incumbent upon the company, if you want to do work, to monitor the site and not the other way around?
Well, the thing is, now we have everything electronic. So there's no reason why, if you don't get into the vendor system, you can move your office to 5 different locations, but your email address stays the same.
Not
Well,
But with due respect,
so if you're on a vendor list.
Let me finish though. I'm not trying to be argumentative about this.
That's okay.
But what I want to be very careful is making the process that it is the government's job to notify you. I would never run a business and count on the government to notify me and sit and wait in my office to know if there's work available. I don't trust government. Okay, the very point, I don't trust them to make the notifications. If I'm going to run my business, I'm going to check with government projects, with people that I know are building things in downtown Alpharetta and Sandy Springs. And so whether it be moving the office or not, what I'm concerned with is we're heading toward a suggestive process that we want somehow it to be a push process from government that these jobs are available, as opposed to a pull process from the private sector. Because whether it's moving an office or an email or whatever, if something breaks in the communication, it will create a situation where there's a protest to the bid. There's a lot less that can go wrong in a process that creates these protests that have things. Am I not right in saying that?
Well, I think you are right, and I think I mean, the way we approach it is that we monitor the different websites trying to track when a project is coming out. So if you, particularly in the K-12 world, if you want to look at work in Savannah, you need to pay attention to that website to know when they advertise the RFPs. So generally it's posted, but you do have to find it. I mean, in an ideal world, there would be like one consolidated website where all this information came together, where every firm every month could look through and see what's coming out all over the state. But I think right now the way it's set up, it is on us to track that, and it does take time, but it's been that way. It's gotten more effective in the last 10 years than it was early. But you know, we do find, I mean, we are not on any, I don't think we get any direct mailers or direct emails saying, hey, a project's coming out, we'd like you to look at it. Even if we're on vendors lists, we still have to look to the website.
I disagree. And I think that it is incumbent upon the public entity that if you take the time to go to any of the, of these vendor sessions and you say that you would like, you know, they put you on a vendors list and you give them, now it's your responsibility to give them a correct email. This is electronic. So if everybody's on an email list and in any time of the projects are coming out and they send those out, and it's your responsibility to put yourself on the vendor list. If you change addresses, it's your responsibility to contact that entity and tell them that you have changed your name, that you have changed that. So like you said, if you change addresses, it's incumbent upon you back then to go and make certain that that entity knew that you had moved, and you send out that notification. If you didn't and you didn't receive it, then that's on you. But in the world of all the emails and the websites, I don't think that it would be asking too much of the state, because they do send out notifications.
If you have put your name on the list to
On the list.
request to be
To
notified
request
about these
notified.
projects, absolutely. But that will be a part of the conversation, but we're gonna, in the sake of time, we're gonna kind of move on. But I just wanted to see if you agree with this, that I believe our takeaway from what you've mentioned is that even in the architects and design professionals selection process, that there are some things that this committee could consider
Yes.
to make that more competitive. And I think we're hearing this consistently through, that we've never said, or I haven't, that low bid should be the only determiner. Never.
No.
This committee has not said that, nor does this committee, I believe, think that. But that the fact that the testimony we heard last week was price is 0% of the selection process is different. And so the takeaway, I guess, from what you've mentioned is to really look carefully at the selection process of how we allow architects and design professionals to come and pitch themselves for an opportunity to be the design firm. Fair?
Absolutely.
And so if you don't have anything else, I hope you'll stick around. We're going to move down to Mike Collins, and is that? Okay. And so I didn't know if you were going to say something else. They had you third down there, but thank you so much for coming,
Thank you.
and please try to stick around if you can. We may have some questions for you afterwards, but we've got a lot of presenters, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
All right. Any follow-ups or comments, anything from the committee? And I apologize that I didn't go through the introductions trying to rush this thing along, but we have Representative Martin down at the end, Representative Donahue, one of my favorites right here, Mr. Buddy. He kind of makes sure that I don't tweet out something crazy every now and then. And then Sarah Arroyo with House Budget and Research, and Jim James with Regents. And so we're going to move on to the construction management firms, and again, that does not necessarily mean that that's all they do, but we wanted to hear from the companies or firms that maybe this is a sort of a specialty for them, that they like to participate and like to have the opportunity to go after these construction management at risk delivery method projects. And so first is Mr. Dave Sear with Parish Construction. And Sarah reminded me to please make sure everybody speaks into the microphone because it is recorded and archived so that we don't get in trouble with the IT guys and sound techs.
I think someone left their cell phone here.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Chairman, honorable committee members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dave Sear. I'm the CEO of Parrish Construction Group based in Perry, Georgia. I'd like to just briefly, I've got some specific notes, so I'm respectful of your time. So I'll be reading a lot of my comments. I'm a much better writer than I am an orator. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and about my company and then speak to the committee about the issues at hand. I was one of 4 founding partners of Parrish Construction Group in 1995. I moved to Georgia shortly after graduating college. I'd like to say I'm a Floridian by birth, but a Georgian by the grace of God. I've had 2 employers since graduating college. I worked right at 10 years for a mid-sized Atlanta-based commercial construction company building high-rise office buildings across Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and North Carolina. I left that job 22 years ago when the principals of a small regional general contractor from North Florida brought me on to expand their business by establishing a new company in South Georgia. I was one of 4 founding partners of what is now Parrish Construction Group. Of the 4, I was the only Georgia resident. I was the boots on the ground, so to speak, and the success or failure of our company was primarily on me. I was 32 years old, had 10 years of experience in the construction business, and I was a 20% equity partner of a startup business worth absolutely nothing. I think we put up $1,000 to start the company. My wife, Mary, and I had a 2-year-old son, and we were expecting our second child when we relocated from Atlanta to Perry in '95. Our decision to start the business in Perry was both for business reasons, because of its geographic location in the center of the state, access to I-75 and I-16, and for personal reasons, quite frankly, for the public school system in Houston County. Each of my original business partners have since retired from Parrish, and I've been the majority stockholder of the business since 2000. We have flourished during Georgia's economic booms, and just like all businesses across our state and the nation, we struggled to survive during the recent recession. Fast forward to today. Parrish Construction is ranked as one of the top 20 building contractors in Georgia and the 3rd largest educational builder in the Southeast by Engineering News-Record. According to ENR, we are the largest Georgia contractor not headquartered in Atlanta and the largest builder of educational facilities in Georgia. I call that a big accomplishment for a contractor from Perry, Georgia. I wanted to say I call that a big accomplishment for a contractor from rural Georgia, but I've recently been advised that Houston County may not be considered rural by the political definition of the word. But as a resident, I'm here to tell you that the sidewalks roll up at 6 p.m. It sure does feel rural to me. Anyway, let me tell you why I'm here today. First and foremost, I'm here today because I've been involved in Georgia's construction industry at the state level for more than a decade. As our business has grown and changed over the year, I recognize the importance of being involved in our industry. While it is much easier for any business owner to focus all his time and energy strictly on his own business, there comes a point in time where being involved in improving your industry outside of your own business is very much in your best interest. And more importantly, after a business achieves some amount of success, I believe it's incumbent upon any business owner to actively participate in the leadership and improvement of his or her chosen industry. A wise man once counseled me that if given the opportunity, it is always best to be involved in fashioning the stick with which you will be beaten. I took that advice to heart. In the early years of growing our company, when we found ourselves in over our heads regarding industry issues, we joined AGC Georgia, and more importantly, actively participated in AGC Georgia. Mike Dunham, Mark Woodall, and AGC Georgia have been instrumental not only in improving our industry as a whole, but also in helping my company and many other companies be successful in Georgia's very competitive commercial construction industry. When we perceived that we weren't getting a fair shake on state level projects, we made sure the folks at GSFIC knew who we were. And to their credit, GSFIC leadership was very empathetic and provided valuable feedback so that over time we became more competitive as a construction manager on state level projects. I was an original member of the State Licensing Board for General Contractors. Appointed by the governor in 2005, I served 8 years and was chairman of the GC division for 2 years. I served 10 years on AGC's Georgia's Board of Directors and was its president in 2013. I was an active member of the Editorial Review Board for the Georgia State Construction Manual, both when it was originally published and again when it was updated. I have served on GSFIC's Construction Industry Advisory Committee for many years and continue to do so today. Likewise, I have served many years on the Georgia Board of Regents Construction Industry Advisory Committee. So being interested and involved in Georgia's construction industry at the state level is not something new to me. It's part of what I do. But if I was on the fence even a little bit about whether I should invest my time and energy into attending these study committee meetings, my decision was made easy when we became aware that our company's name was specifically part of the conversation, the chatter, if you will. That got my full attention. Whether what was being said about our company was good, bad, or indifferent, if we were going to be part of the discussion, I wanted to be here in person to hear it firsthand. That's why I've been at your previous 2 hearings, and that's why I'm here today. So that's who I am and why I'm here. What is my message to this committee today? First, I want to be very clear. I am not here to speak against anything. As testified during your previous hearings by representatives of GSFIC, the Board of Regents, the Technical College System, and the Department of Education, I too believe that design, bid, build, and CM at risk are all valid options that should be available for consideration on all state and local construction projects. We started our company like virtually everyone starts a commercial construction enterprise, as a hard bid contractor. When we started Parrish, design build was the predominant method of awarding work to general contractors in Georgia, and we competed in that market every day for many, many years. So I know a little something about being a small, hard bid contractor outside the Atlanta market. Some of you may recall the climate of commercial construction on both state and local projects back in the mid to late 90s. Many projects were not completed on time, Quality was often lacking. Job site safety was sometimes an issue, and many building owners found themselves in legal disputes and lawsuits with their contractors. I don't think it was a coincidence that back in the day, the director of GSFIC's construction division was an attorney. And it was certainly no coincidence that House Bill 1079 was first introduced in 1999 and became Georgia law in 2000. For many years, public owners at the local and state levels were starving for alternative delivery methods such as CM at risk and design build to break the adversarial and litigious cycle many public projects were experiencing. In my opinion, it is also no coincidence that CM at risk has gained such popularity in Georgia, and for that matter, across the nation. And the popularity of CM at risk across Georgia and the rest of the nation is certainly not because it's simpler or easier alternative to design, bid, build. As Mr. Woodward of GSFIC stated in no uncertain terms several weeks ago, the CM at risk process is not easier than traditional design, bid, build for owners. And I can attest that CM at risk process is certainly not easier for contractors. So if CM is not easier for the contracting parties, why has it become so prevalent? in my opinion, because it brings value and collaboration to what otherwise can be a low price and adversarial process. In lieu of project stakeholders working alone in silos, looking out primarily for their own interest, in the CM model, project participants are compelled to work together as a team with the best interest of the project as their main objective. I believe we can all agree that the taxpayer of Georgia deserves the best value, which oftentimes does not equate to the lowest possible cost. I do believe the CM process is easier for design professionals. I may get some disagreement in the room. For example, the CM provides real-time cost, scheduling, and constructability analysis for the project throughout the design phase. I also believe it's easier for subcontractors. For example, the CM develops bid packages which clearly define what is included in the subcontractor scope of work and anything that may be specifically excluded. More importantly, the subcontractor knows well before he must submit his bid not only who the contractor will be, but probably which of the company's superintendents will be assigned to the project. This information allows a subcontractor to fine-tune his pricing based on experience with the contractor and his superintendent. Some of the questions that might go through his mind: will the project be properly scheduled and managed by the contractor? Will the job site be a safe environment for my crews? Will payment be timely? This is a huge advantage for subcontractors when preparing a bid for a project. Again, I'd like to be clear, I'm not here to speak against anything. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with design bid build, hard bid method. I'm just saying there are real reasons why alternative delivery methods have become so popular. Chairman LaRicchia stated that one of the reasons for this study committee is the fact that there are some very capable building contractors who have not yet succeeded in winning work at the local and/or state levels as a construction manager. Some of these contractors have expressed their concern about access and fairness for smaller rural contractors to compete for construction management projects. It wasn't that long ago that I also believed that to be true, so believe me, I empathize with their concern. If through this process we can ensure that access is not unfairly denied any licensed Georgia contractor trying to enter the CM market, and improve the process so that the bar is not unnecessarily set out of reach of anyone that has demonstrated the ability to be a successful building contractor, then our collective time and effort in this endeavor will have been well worthwhile. If I may, I'm almost done. If I might share a brief story with you. In 2002, we were still a small regional contractor working in a 90-mile radius of Perry. We were averaging about $15 million a year in revenue and had already found our niche in the K through 12 market and had already successfully completed several construction manager at-risk projects in Middle Georgia. Our local school district was building a new $7 million elementary school and was looking to hire a construction manager at risk. We competed for the project, but we're up against stiff competition, including an out-of-state contractor with a fancy portfolio and a silver-tongued salesman. When the dust settled, we were told that it was a very close decision, but the Tennessee contractor had been selected for the project. They made it even worse by telling me their decision had come down to a coin toss. Needless to say, I was mad as a hornet. How can the local guy lose a coin toss to an out-of-state contractor? I'm here to tell you it happened. I went to speak with our superintendent of schools, a man I know very well from the Perry Rotary Club. At the time, we had only built one 10-classroom addition for the district, and he confided in me that they just didn't think we were ready for a $7 million project. What? I explained to him about the $12 million high school we had completed in Macon and the $15 million middle school we had completed the year before in Milledgeville. What I learned from that experience has been a huge factor in the success of our company since that time. On the short drive home after that meeting with that school superintendent, I realized that it wasn't the school district's fault they didn't understand our capabilities. It was my fault. From that day forward, I was determined that nothing was going to deny me a seat at the construction management table. A few years later, when we failed to even make a short list for a state-funded project in Perry, I wrote a scathing David versus Goliath letter to GSFIC and let everyone who would listen know how disenfranchised I was. What I received in return from GSFIC was patience, empathy, and most importantly, feedback on how to better compete on future projects. We were a $20 million a year contractor trying to compete against $100 million a year contractors, and we had to invest considerable time, energy, capital, and resources into learning how to compete with the big boys. What we discovered through our effort was that the process was actually quite objective and fair. The issue for us was not the process itself, but rather our taking the time and energy to learn how to best compete in the process. Now we are a $100 million a year contractor, and we occasionally find ourselves competing against the $20 million a year contractor. And I'm here to tell you the mere fact that we're 5 times larger does not equate to our being 5 times more capable than that contractor on any given project. I believe that. At the same time, we regularly go up against competitors in Georgia who average more than $1 billion to sometimes $3 billion in annual revenues. The fact that these competitors are 10 to 30 times larger than us does not mean that their team is more capable than our team on any given project. Learning to effectively compete as a CM takes significant amount of time, effort, and investment of both capital and human resources, and it can be a very frustrating process. My unsolicited advice to any contractor wanting to compete as a CM is that there's no better time than the present to start the journey. 2 final thoughts I have regarding previous testimony. I would caution against the notion that project delivery methods should be determined by project size. A $2 million renovation of an occupied elementary school that must be completed in 5 separate phases over an 18-month period may not be the best project to hope that the low bid general contractor gets the right group of low bid subcontractors on bid day to make for a successful project. At the same time, design bid build may be the best option for a new $6 million building in a greenfield. I believe it's best to leave the decision regarding delivery method to those decision makers closest to the project. And second, in addition to improving access and fairness for general contractors who wish to compete as CM, I believe we should also work to ensure access and fairness to subcontractors who wish to compete on CM projects, which Chairman LaRicchia also stated as a concern. On our CM projects, all subcontract and vendor bids are read aloud publicly. We believe that this is a best practice that should be adopted as an industry standard. While I'm sure we are not alone in this process or in this practice, we are aware of many of our CM competitors that open bids behind closed doors, and the subs and vendors never know where they stand on bid day. We believe that transparency in the process is essential. In conclusion, my appeal to this study committee is to not get distracted by the few that may be condemning the CM process when maybe they haven't yet put in a full measure of effort. But at the same time, let's be sure to fix what needs to be fixed. Let's eliminate automatic disqualification for lack of previous CM experience. Let's encourage the use of local trade contractors and vendors. And let's develop standardized best practices for local governments and school districts to utilize in selecting both architects and construction managers. We support an open, transparent, and competitive process at the local and state levels for all available construction delivery methods, and strongly believe that our public owners should have the option to utilize the same tools that their private sector counterparts have available regarding construction delivery options. I believe strongly that Georgia's construction industry is willing to encourage and support any contractor that is determined to compete successfully as a CM. In the same manner that Georgia took the lead in bringing forth the 70% rule several years ago in response to a rural Georgia contractor's very real concern, I believe we should enlist AGC Georgia and any other willing statewide trade organizations to work in conjunction with this study committee and the legislature to adopt common sense best practices at both the state and local levels to encourage open and fair competition and to ensure that reasonable access is provided to all qualified contractors and subcontractors in competing for any public project in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's not any questions, without any objection, what I'd like to do is go ahead and allow these others to present. And then at the end of that, maybe we'll follow up on some questions that we have. But thank you so much, Mr. Sear, for your presentation. Mr. Lindy Jones, JCI Contractors. And just for the, again, kind of the sake of time, I know that some of this will probably be sort of the same comments, and we understand that.
Right.
But we're at 11 o'clock, and we've heard from 3 people, and got several. But I'm not trying to rush you. I want to be mindful of everybody's time who's driven a long ways, and we want to hear from you. So thank you so much for presenting, and pull that mic up close and let us have it.
Mr. Chairman, you won't have to worry about rushing me. My comments will be very brief, I promise you. I do appreciate y'all letting us come this morning and make this presentation. My name's Lindy Jones. I'm a president of JCI Contractors. We're located in Moultrie, Georgia. We are a small rural contractor. Been in business 28 years. Just to give you a kind of a brief history, I grew up in the gunite pool business. That's what my dad did. And I always wanted to be a contractor. I went to Auburn, got a degree in civil engineering, got out of school, worked for a contractor for a couple of years, and then came back, and my dad and I started JCI, and I was the estimator, got a $200,000 job, and I was the project manager and the superintendent and the guy that swept the floors. The next one, we got a $350,000 job. So we built our business really through the hard bid process. That was the only delivery method we knew. We kept growing, kept getting bigger jobs and did a good job, and built a good business. In 2005, we went in with another company and won through hard bid, won a $45 million school, the Bainbridge High School. So we kind of got into the, larger school business, and they were all hard bid. And we were successful at it. And then when the downturn came, we were still in the hard bid business. We had always had made some proposals on construction management at risk jobs, and we had never put a lot of effort into it and had never been successful in getting awarded a job. So when the downturn came, we had a couple of projects and that, for whatever reason, so we may have taken them too low. Subcontractors took them too low. We had the Crisp County Elementary School had 4 subcontractors that went bankrupt on us, just really because of the economy. And we struggled during that time. I mean, we had to finish those jobs. We had a performance and payment bond, and the jobs turned out great, but they were delayed. And we decided at that time that there had to be a better way, and so we got more serious. We saw the trend coming, for more jobs were going construction management at risk. So we made an investment, a business decision to invest time and effort, into pursuing construction management at risk projects. Submitted on several, would get rejected. We would go, Marvin and Jeff, you saw me pretty regular. We'd go and find out, look at the other proposals, find out what we did right, what we did wrong. Same thing with the interview. I mean, the first 2 or 3 interviews we did were painful. I mean, for the people watching and for us, So we got, so we continued to learn, and eventually we got awarded some. And then I guess the first big, large job that we got through CM at risk was the Colquitt County High School, and I'm from Colquitt County, and it was a $44 million new high school. And basically the reason Colquitt County chose CM at risk was because they wanted to keep the work local. I mean, there were a couple of contractors in Moultrie and several from the region that had done basically all of the work in the Colquitt County school system for years. And instead of putting it out for hard bids, and I mean, we're not far from the Florida line. I mean, you know, there was a good chance that an out-of-state contractor was going to come in there and lowball the job and get awarded and use a lot of subs out of Florida, and that's what they didn't want. And we found that to be true with a lot of rural South Georgia school systems. They want to have control of who their contractor is. They want to know somebody, and maybe not necessarily the local hometown guy, but somebody at least that's regional. They want a contractor that has relationships with local subcontractors, and people know them and trust them and will give them good pricing. And we think there's a lot of value in that. So we've you know, we do a lot of CM at risk work now. We still hard bid work also, but we like you know. I was telling you about the jobs that kind of went bad, you know, and had the subs that went bankrupt. I mean, a large part of that's due to bid day. I don't know how familiar you are with how hard bid takes place, but you know, you'll have a $20 million school and some $2 and $3 million major sub packages, and you won't get those numbers until 15 minutes before you have to turn in that bid. And in a lot of cases, we'll get bids, you know, 10 or 15 minutes before bid time, and we won't know that sub, but they'll be significantly low, you know, on their trade package. In this case, it was an electrical contract. And so you have to make $1 million decision basically in about 10 minutes. You're either going to not use that low price and use somebody that you're comfortable with. If you do that, you're probably not going to get the job. You're not going to be low bid.
Could I ask just a
Sure.
quick question? As the general contractor, JCI, could you not set some of your own parameters on submitting your bid as a subcontractor to say, listen, don't send me a number 15 minutes before, because that, but couldn't you do that? And it's kind of a yes or no question. You, as a general contractor, you could say, ABC Electrical, don't send me a number.
Yeah.
We're looking for numbers on the 15th because we turn in bids on the 16th. Could you do that?
You can do that. Well, no, you can do that. They just, no one will pay any attention to it. I mean, the electrical subcontractors, they won't get their fixture package prices until maybe 20 till. I mean, it's about the same way on their end as it is, you know, same thing with switchgear. And that's just the nature of the business. So you're forced to make these decisions. I told my guy that does my bonding, if you ever sat in a general contractor's office on bid day, you'd never bond another general contractor. I mean, that's how kind of reckless it is. So anyway, so we use these low prices. Like I said, we needed the work. It was during the downturn. I needed to keep people busy. We use those subcontractors, and about 70%, you know, we were about 70% finished with the project. And I got a email one Friday afternoon from the electrical sub, said, we will financially be unable to finish this job, and Monday morning our crews won't be there. You need to find somebody to finish it. And it was just that sudden. So we've seen the bad side of the hard bid business. I mean, you know, and like I say, we were successful for 25 years, you know, 20 years, and that's how we built our business. But we also see the advantage of the construction management at risk model. We like the fact that we can get involved at the beginning of the design so that we can have input, you know, with the architects about constructability issues and basically do the value engineering on the project prior to, you know, the bid, you know, on a design bid build job. If it comes in $5 million over budget, then, you know, you've got that time and you're trying to whittle the project down and take things out, whereas you can do that during the design before it and I think, I forget who it was, it may have been Mike Rowland that addressed that in one of the earlier meetings, but we like the process. Like I say, in South Georgia, not only does it give the school boards the ability to know the contractor and to choose the contractor, but they also have a lot of input about subcontractors. And I don't know how others do it. We open our subcontract bids with a representative from the architect and the owner. And so, you can, to a certain extent, you can control the subcontractors that bid the job. And I mean, if they're qualified, they get the job. But if they're within 1% or 2%, and the owner's been using this heat and air company, for years, they've done all their other work, then you can basically negotiate with that, subcontractor also. So another thing is tailoring bid packages for your local. I mean, Moultrie, Georgia is a small community. There's not a lot of, say, concrete subs that can, bond a large concrete project like the Colquitt County High School was, but you can break those bid packages down into smaller pieces to where you may have, one concrete subcontractor doing the sidewalks and concrete paving outside, and you can have another one doing, footings and foundations, that kind of thing. So we found that it gives a lot of flexibility to the owner, and for a lot of, I know and we've run up against large CM firms that have do a lot more marketing that we do, and we've lost work. But in rural counties, we feel that we actually have an advantage because we are a small contractor, and that's what a lot of those rural boards want. So I brought a lot of notes, and I haven't even looked at them. But we do agree there's some there could be some improvement. I do think that there needs to be best practice guidelines that are maybe mandated, so that the process doesn't get skewed. But we like the process. So I don't know whether that helped you or not. That's just one man's opinion.
It does, and Mr. Sear kind of mentioned a couple of things that would perhaps need to be looked at. Are there any parts of this? And the thing that I've heard you say, and this is not really a question, the thing that I've heard both of you say up to this point is that you cut your teeth on hard bid, and you worked your way up just, the old-fashioned way, so to speak. Why all the credit to how you got to where you are, and then the jump? Why not continue down that? You see what I'm saying? If both of the ones that have had an opportunity to speak so far says, hey, we came through it the old-fashioned way, we did it hard bid, and then all of a sudden you see a jump to construction management at risk. I was just kind of curious why.
Well, I mean, I think it's like anything else. I think processes change and improve over time, and it's just a delivery method that, in my opinion, is just the next step from the design, bid, build process.
Right, okay. Representative Martin. 23. Oh, I'm sorry. Donahue. My bad.
There you go.
Got my numbers mixed up.
Not a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask a question. You have done this for a little while, and you say you pretty much like the process.
I do.
We're almost approaching Christmas. If you had 1 to 2 items that you would pick to change from the process to make it better, what would that be?
Well,
number 1, and then number 2.
Okay, I would definitely do away with the requirement that you had to have done a CM job, before you can be awarded a CM job. I mean, that's always, and you do see some RFQs that say that, and there's no merit to that. I mean, building the project is no different regardless of delivery method. So if you can prove that you're qualified to build a $10 million elementary school through the design, bid, build process, you can build it through construction management. That's one. I don't know that 2 would be mandatory some mandatory requirements on advertisement and how the jobs are advertised, but it needs to be, and probably choose 3 methods to make sure that it's advertised for 28 days maybe. And the other would be the committee, and that's the hard thing, I think, to nail down. I mean, with rural school boards, you have a committee made up of all rural, folks, and they typically do not know much about construction or the different bid processes. So they need some guidance. They need help by somebody that is, and hopefully sometimes the architect does that. And then you have the flip side of that with GSFIC, and I mean, they Marvin and Jeff do a great job in trying to be fair across the board. But some of these committees, for whatever reason, the makeup may be, people from the metro area, and they, or the majority of them would be from the metro area, and they may not understand the value, like in rural South Georgia, of what a local contractor or a regional contractor, the relationships he has with subcontractors, that sort of thing. Y'all talked earlier about, the three criteria, or Marvin did, I think, the firm stability, qualifications, and suitability. To me, firm stability and qualifications really needs to be more of a pass-fail thing. Is the firm stable enough to do this $10 million job? He shouldn't be ranked against, my firm should not be ranked against a firm that does $1 billion a year as far as being stable. I mean, on a $10 million school. Qualifications, the same thing. I mean, it's if I've done, 2 lab buildings, am I qualified to build this lab building? Yes. I'm certainly qualified enough. The guy with 20 lab buildings, yeah, he's qualified. He's more qualified, so he would probably rank higher. But then suitability to me seems to be where, the small rural guy could prevail, because he's going to be selling his relationship with local subcontractors and the value that brings. The big guy is going to be claiming he's more suitable because he's done 20 lab buildings and he knows a lot more about it. So it's a hard nut to crack. I mean, it really is.
All right, now Representative Martin, I'm sorry.
This reminds me of that time, 20 years ago where we were up at the city council, and we would have folks come up to us and tell us they wanted to know exactly what they needed to build in Alpharetta. The zoning,
Right.
we need to know exactly what we have to do, but we need a little flexibility. if you follow me, and because I think and I mean that to just try to capture what you're saying here, because sort of by definition, this committee structure is a subjective. It's a subjective thing. I mean, I can see both sides of it there if you have it. So it's a non-trivial decision. I did want to ask you, going back and when I related my experience of software and hardware, that's a little like construction, but not at all as complicated as what you do. So help me again on that bid day, that rough day for spending time with you in the office. And I'm trying to understand it. Would it be fair to say that if you've got a good sized project, a $20 million high school, and let's just say that Representative Donahue and you and I all 3 people are going to go for this construction management thing, it wouldn't be uncommon for the electrical contractor or the concrete contractor to be throwing bids at all 3 of us, right?
Right, that's correct.
And so my question there, and I don't want to go down a road we don't need to go to, but do you find a situation there, and let's just say you're more qualified than the representative and I, do you find a situation there where the electrical contractor gives you a better deal than he gives both of us? Is that sometimes
quite
why
often.
people that, I treat all my GCs the same, I just treat some of them better than others?
No,
I
I think that's-
I'm asking that.
No,
sort of.
I think that's absolutely the case.
Yeah,
I mean, we were successful in the hard bid business because, the subcontractors in our area knew how we were going to treat them. They knew we were going to pay well. They knew we were going to push the job. They were going to finish on time. So, yes, I think we got better pricing than some of our competitors that did not pay well.
Yeah, I was just asking that to try to get an understanding of the process, but it further sort of makes for more complicated, awarding of the thing, that if you have the same contract, subcontractors with different things, that that may be why sometimes if you will, the proven, people that did this before, are more apt to get it again because they get a better deal. The last question, I wanted to go back to the requirement. You would drop the requirement of having had to have done one of these to get it, but you would still allow that to be weighed into the overall decision. It's just not a veto factor. It's just not you haven't done one, so we don't even look at you.
Well, no, I'm saying as far as delivery method, if you've built a 2 or 3 $10 million schools through design, bid, build, I don't think you should be disqualified because you've never built a $10 million school through the construction management at risk.
That's exactly what I heard you say.
Okay.
But you're saying you're not disqualified, but you could take it into consideration that this is your first one. It just wouldn't completely disqualify you for it. I guess I'm going back to.
I just don't know that I would put any value on that.
Fair enough,
Okay.
because I kind of get, doing a couple of them gives you more of just building the building, forget the methodology.
Right.
But building a couple of them is a good thing. The fact that you build 100 instead of 10, I don't know how much better you've refined your process.
I agree. Well, that was my point to the qualification criteria.
Yeah, at some point, doing it a few times, but doing it a few hundred times,
you're qualified
you don't
enough.
really refine it,
Right.
that much further. Thank you.
Right.
All right, we're gonna go to Mr. James real quick.
Just a quick question. Once you get in your pickup truck and drive away at the end of the job, do you think the owner spent more or less money on CM versus hard bid? What would be your?
Well, it's hard to say because you never put that job out for pricing through the hard bid. But I don't think you spend any more on construction management. I really don't. At the end of the day, when everything's considered, I think the CM saves the project a lot of cost up front through the design process and
Has it been your experience there's less legal litigation and et cetera at the end of the job due to cost overruns or time delays with CM than hard bid?
It is. And I think a lot of, like with time delays, I think that's primarily because you can vet your subcontractors before you use their number and sign them up for a contract. You know that he's got the crew that can handle it and the financial capability to handle it. So you're not, we're locked. If we're in a hard bid situation and we're taking that lowball price from this electrical sub, we may look at his finances before we sign him up. But I mean, if he's low enough, we're gonna have to sign him up. You're not going to take that loss without taking a chance. And the $22 million school that I told you about, I mean, it cost us probably 3 months because of this subcontractor going bankrupt.
Thank you.
Going over to Representative Donahue again.
Kind of what Representative Martin was talking about. Yesterday after church, my son-in-law, who is in a fairly big electrical company, and they do a lot of schools, he ran by to check on a job after church. And the question was, well, you have 2 jobs going. He said, well, this guy I've dealt with for probably 8 years. I never worry about his work.
Mm-hmm.
But the new guy that I'm going to check on, I've done half of his job because he's a new manager on the job.
Mm-hmm.
And every time he's supposed to have stuff in, we're waiting on him. Right. And he says it's that nervous factor. But he says that's not every time we have a new person. Mm-hmm. But he was going by doing his job to make sure that starting yet Monday morning,
right,
that basically they weren't going to be held up because this is refurbishing a school. Mm-hmm. And I've listening to him quite a bit when he says there's times I know we got the job and we were a little higher bid than others,
right, because
we've done a job in this area, repetition over and over and over. But we always want to do what's fair, but we want to make sure that if we say we can do it, we can do it. The whole process here is if it's not broken, we probably don't need to fix or change the concept. What we need to do is maybe tweak it a little bit, as I said on your Christmas list, to find out what's going to make it better for everybody and to open the door for that group that's just coming up the ladder that maybe has built a tree house.
right,
but he's not ready to jump into building condos.
That's right.
But he has to eventually arrive there.
Yeah. No, I agree. And in that criteria, I mean, yes, that you have to give a contractor room to grow to make that next step, but it needs to be reasonable, you know. So.
All right, well, we're going just, part of the way that most of them have grown, though, Representative Donahue, is that bonding is a critical part of that. And they help you grow. And if you make a promise you can't keep to JCI and you fall, they'll fix you. Government don't have to try to fix you. The bonding company will take you out of the game. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank
Sam
you.
told me to tell you hello and that he did call me and say don't do him too bad, but
I
thank you for
appreciate
coming.
that.
Thank you. All right, Keith Watson with Bowen and Watson. And again, I promise I'm watching the clock. I deviated away from what I said, and I apologize, but you share with us, and we'll just go from there. Make sure you talk into the microphone.
Dave asked me how long he spoke, and I told him it was an hour and 45 minutes. Sounded like one of his prayers in an EGC meeting. My name is Keith Watson. I'm chairman of Bowen and Watson. We're a general contractor and construction manager located in Toccoa, Georgia, about a 2-hour drive unless you're driving to Atlanta. It lasts a little bit longer like this morning. But we've been in business for 61 years. My father and his partner started the company. My brother and I and our partners, and now we brought my son into the business. We do approximately, so we're going to be pushing close to $100 million worth of mostly school work. We've been builders of schools for years. We worked back when the old Georgia Building Authority was the way you built a school in Georgia. So I've been there, but I haven't been there the whole time. I'm not quite that old. We say we're both general contractors and construction managers. We have, for the last 12 years, averaged almost exactly 50% hard bid and 50% CM at risk. Our clients vary location-wise, but being in the very tip end of northeast Georgia, we're somewhat rural. I think that we're sort of in an area where we don't have that many subcontractors that we use locally. We have to sort of borrow from the metro and the Gainesville area for most of our subcontractors. We do dip into the South Carolina market, and I would like to tell you a little story about a South Carolina project that we did. It emphasizes one of the points that I think has been made this morning, and that is that the early involvement of the CM is an important thing. We were chosen to do two school projects over in Pickens County, South Carolina, and if you're familiar with the South Carolina process, they did not allow CM at risk except for in the Greenville County area until just recently. So we went over and put our name in the hat and were selected for 2 elementary school projects as a package. They gave us both of them. Some of the other large contractors got some of the high school projects that they put out, the very large high schools. The project had already been designed, and the 2 schools came in at $34 million, and they realized that not only was ours coming in too high, but the other high schools were too. So it took a year of pre-construction work to get that cost back in line. We ended up doing both of those 2 school projects for $24 million, and it was the almost identical square footage of the building. We took out a few little common space areas, but the main things we changed were some mechanical, some pie in the sky, some really nice ceilings like this in here. Some of those things we just deleted. We worked with the owner on it, and we worked with the architect on it, and we were able to get that within the budget. If we had started before the design had taken place, like we often suggest, we always try to suggest that, but we don't always get our way. We like to be in early. If they select the CM shortly after they've selected their architectural firm, we like to get in it early and start giving budget numbers. That's where the true savings in CM really comes in. I believe that is the main reason that CM at risk is so important to budgetary process. You can certainly save money if the architects don't always know what the pricing is, and if they can use us as a reference to get those numbers from things like electrical, mechanical, et cetera. we can give those numbers to them early on, and they can plan through their budgeting process when they're designing the job, what to include and what not to include in the job. So I think that is one of the things I think that's very important to the CM process. Again, we do 50-50, so we like them both. We feel like we can stay competitive in both markets if we do the other one. It's a point we bring in subcontractors that don't just do CM work, that they do hard bid work as well. I'm going to go quickly to your 2 points of what 2 things I would recommend that we do. And I think the other guys have already mentioned too, this automatic disqualification thing is one of the things that I think is important, that I'd like to see that done away with. We've come up on the short end of the stick on that several times in my career, where we've not been allowed to do the project, or we never got beyond the qualification process. The other thing that I'd like to see us do is to have some best practices with regard to the way we put the RFPs out. Some of the counties that we're working in now have a process that exposes the cost of the general conditions of the project, and that is the cost of us being on the job, the cost of our superintendents, our truck, our just general overhead expenses that are job related. We break that price out and give them to them as a number, and it tells us what we can and cannot include in those general conditions and costs. So there's no reimbursables, no other hidden expenses to the owner. And the other is our fee. Oftentimes they'll allow you to include a pre-construction fee as well. It's a small number. Most of us give those away so we can get the job, but those are what we do in advance to pay a little bit of our time. But if we could include in our best practices that we all can agree on, that the community of the owners and architects and contractors can all get together on and agree on, I think a best practice would be to expose those general conditions up front, and that way the owner gets the best pricing that they can. We do the same as some of these other guys have mentioned. We open the bids in public. We feel like it's an open and transparent process. So we feel like those are good things to continue to do in our way of doing it. We do like to promote local participation. We include that strongly in our bid packages when we put them out for the CM instructions to bidders, we call them. So it gives the individual subcontractors packages to bid upon. But local participation is given a heavy weight. We sit down with the owner after the bids have come in and say, this gentleman right here is a local electrical contractor. He's a couple $1,000s higher than this guy from South Georgia, and we're in North Georgia doing a job. What do you want to do? And we work that out. We need that flexibility you were talking about, or he was talking about. We need some flexibility in the process. And again, it's to give the owner the best possible product that we can give him for the best price. Those are my main points. I don't want to sit here and go over a bunch of things these guys have already mentioned, but I would like to make a point of those. So if you would, that's all I need to say.
Thank you so much, and if there's no questions, we'll move to the next one, but we still may have a question for you when these are finished, and thank you again for coming. Rick Torrance. With Torrance Construction. Mr. Rick, thank you for coming. And
it's my pleasure. I'm Rick Torrance. I'm from LaGrange, Georgia, Troup County. Like so many of the gentlemen before me, I actually started my business with 2 paychecks from working from a previous construction company. I've had the privilege of doing this since I was 7 years old. I'm 72 years old, and I feel like I'm 30 with my demands. I've listened to what's been said today My concern is similar but dissimilar. I've been well trained and well versed by my peers. I joined the AGC because it used the word integrity. My grandparents, my father, my grandmother especially, has passed on, so my values are well set. I love management at risk. I love hardcore bidding, as the gentleman has mentioned. The thing that I see that's creeping in I don't like, because I've heard wonderful words of fairness, what's best for the people and things of this nature, but I see a degree of corruption coming in. I talked to the officials politically. They don't want to shake the water. I've spoken to very smart people about what I know and understand. I find as being trained and not know business to have to learn business to now do or have done in excess of 50 million in a year, and my average is probably 30 million. It's not the millions. It's like I bid a project and I was doing the project, and the gentleman said, who was a retired superintendent of schools, he said, Rick, if you keep in mind what this is all about, you won't have a problem. I said, sir, what is it all about? He said, the children. Children to me is why I do schools. Yes, I have built 20-story buildings. Yes, I have built hospitals. No, sir, I'd prefer to stay in the outer boundaries. But it's about the children. I mean, your job is about the children. That means the future. And when I see corruption, it bothers me. I love the hardcore bidding. I love the management at risk. It concerns me that architects, school officials, contractors are doing unethical things with this. It bothers me.
Mr. Torrance, could you maybe just for our sake elaborate on that a little bit, or is there an opportunity for you to kind of give a...
yes, sir.
I mean, and I don't want to get you off on a whole nother, I just maybe a little
No, sir.
glimpse or an example,
No, sir.
because up here, corruption's a big old giant word. I mean, it could be anything, so help us out with that.
I'll show you a very good example. In my own county, I have the willingness to work cheaper. As the gentleman mentioned, you know, we worked many miles. I've gone from Marietta to Early County doing both hard and cold. Recently, we had a management at risk. I scored 99, 99, 97, 99, 98. Outright won 3 out of 5. Tied on 1 and lost on 1. They declared an oral. Did an oral. The school official says, well, you at times you do self-performing. I said, yes, sir, I do. Now, what I did not say to the gentleman, in the last 2 years, I hadn't done any of the concrete. And the gentleman, JCI, mentioned, we actually have found we can take concrete and break it up into material, labor, and let the, I don't want to say little guys, maybe that's as bad as corruption, participate. It's very important to keep your economy going in your own community. And when we went to the orals, they said, well, give us a budget. They gave me 3 pages I had here. And sir, there is no dimensions, there's no information. I can give you a real estate number, But as one of the contractors mentioned, I'm very well versed in estimating. I can't give you, well, I can do better than that. I've worked for the ladies on the homes. If you're off 50 cents, you off, you know. But when it came to the orals, they stressed, we want a budget. I said, I can't do that. So my orals didn't come out as well.
Now, orals, is that what we call the interview portion of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
When, and they awarded it to another contractor, but there, I did well out of 3, but 2 of the panelists went high and low, which controlled the situation, which really is not a panel. If you're, I shouldn't say collusion, should I?
No, that's okay. Collusion's a popular word right now.
Yeah, well, that's, in my opinion, what took place. But 60 days later, the same group that was selected have asked our county for a 25% increase. And I got thrown out because I refused to give a budget. Not refused, I said, I can't give you what you want under the circumstances.
And you started off saying you love construction management at risk.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, that
But
was kind of getting.
I want to say corruption. I'd like to say best value. I'd like to say $1 million should mean something to my community. I'd like to say fairness. I'd like to say my grandchildren. I don't like just the system. I love what I do. It ain't about me, sir. It's about the children. I'm not complaining. I'm just like every gentleman in this room that does this for a living. I'm used to a little bit of everything.
Are there, as Representative Donahue mentioned, and I think that's a perfect way to do it, are there some couple of things you might could share with us that would curb or eliminate or try to prevent some opportunities for?
You know, that's the only reason I'm here.
Okay, let us have it.
Because I think the panel situation, even though it's 5, 6, or 7, if you get together and you decide, well, if we throw the numbers high and the numbers low, we can automatically do what? Pick who we want. That panel, the way they put it together, and yet those panel sheets are never discussed with the board. In our case, the savings, see, once you get through the orals, they're supposed to look at your dollars and cents. In one case, I'm $350,000 low. Another case, I'm $572, and the job's 3 miles from my office. And I've been with the school system there 40 years. I built 5 schools, all in budget. There ain't an issue out there. Now, give me some logic on why I wasn't successful.
Yeah, they don't like to talk logic up here much. We better steer clear of that one right now, but.
Man, I'm about to start my alphabet.
So when you say the panel, what we have been informed is that is the selection panel that scores these little sheets.
Yes, sir.
Based on what the RFQ or RFP says.
You do very well in what you do.
And they score
Yes, sir.
you based on, and it sounded to me like, was it a possible 100 points? You were scoring 99, 99, 98, 95.
No, 97.
97,
sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I didn't write that down. I apologize. But
We all
so
make
that's the little
mistakes.
score sheet, and you've moved past that point, and you went on
Normally, I would have won at that stage. There wouldn't be no question who was the outstanding choice.
and I think you'll hear that time and time again as this
Yes.
selection process is certainly going to need some additional conversation or looking at. What else would you say? And we just take very seriously this your testimony of corruption and maybe what we can do to try to level the
Well,
playing field.
What hadn't been said today and won't be said to you, and I appreciate the gentlemen before me, but there's things behind, like the lady from the architect firm, she was trying to say to you, there are things that are done before the panels are come together, which is
Pull your
normality.
microphone. Yeah, pull your microphone.
Which is normality. But you're eliminated before your panel even meets, or
Yes, sir.
there's collusion going on.
Yes,
And
sir.
I-
Let
and I
me get-
see that.
Let me get Representative Martin.
Thank you. Just a real quick question relative to the score. Who does the scoring?
The scoring is
90,
normally
97, 90.
selected by the assistant superintendent or the person that's in charge of the construction of the school facilities.
I mean, is it a is there subjectivity in the scoring, or is it an objective scoring? Because you just mentioned I'm not familiar with this.
Yes.
You weren't at the, were you?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I won't. If we
Yeah.
went over that, I can get that later. But so my point is that the people that did the scoring aren't the same people that are on the panel.
The people that do the scoring are the same people that they have a scoring method to come up with a solution of what numbers, what ranking they put you in. Yes, they do, from 1 to 100.
Right, but my question is, the people that do the scoring, are those the same people that did the oral, that did
Yes.
the interview? Okay, that's what
Not absolutely, but
Well,
normally, yes.
What we discussed in the last committee meeting, and we went through the entire book with Georgia State Finance Investment Commission, those are all pretty similar. I think the difference is with GSFIC, you get 2 from GSFIC, 2 from the technical college board, let's just say it's a technical college facility, and then someone from that campus, so there's 5. And they go through the scoring process, and then they move on to the interview portion, and he's saying not necessarily that same selection panel,
Normally, but not.
normally,
But not,
but not always.
that's correct.
And so then that selection panel comes in and tells Mr. Rick that he's got a 99, 99, 98, 97, but yet he come up just short. And there is a lot of subjectivity, is what we discussed in the last one.
The biggest problem I'm seeing is the data information is not given to the school board members who's going to do the voting. They're not given the scoring of the panel, and they're not given the information of what's the difference in cost. And I think that is, it's very unfair to the school board, and they're relying on one person, and that one person can stink.
Well, we also had heard testimony that that some of the school boards are very involved in those numbers, being more involved in what that selection panel is doing, and some are not.
In our situation, I think one person is dictating. There's no such thing as a panel, and I think the key is not to give the school board the data of what their recommendation is based upon.
Okay.
That's what I'm seeing,
All right.
because I have talked to the board members like the other gentleman has, and they were shocked. They didn't know this and they didn't know that, and I think you're failing to do your job as an assistant superintendent or whatever. But I think you're jeopardizing, because $1 million is a lot of money to me.
All right, the selection panel, and, I'm sorry.
Then so again, I don't want to get too serial on the gentleman's case here, but so there's a single filter that filters this and gets it to the school board.
That's correct.
And that's a board employee in
That's
this
correct.
particular case?
Normally, it's an assistant superintendent, not necessarily, but normally, he's the director of facilities, yes.
Okay. It sounds like what the gentleman, it could be in other places, but in this case, it sounds like the school board is allowing too much authority to a single point of failure. If school boards allow a single individual to make a decision or a sole recommendation and just rubber stamp it, whether it be this or other decisions.
It's a tremendous weakness.
It would seem like that is a weakness in the way that
Yeah.
our school system, perhaps that is something the State Board of Education needs to review, not only this, but in other areas.
It's not, you may take me wrong, it's not a complaint. It's a weakness. It's a tremendous weakness. You go to a lot of things for such a weakness to make 99% of what you do go down the drain.
All right, Representative Dunhu.
In other words, this one person could have the good old boy approach, to where withholding information allows him to make the decision, or you to make the decision on what little information he gives you. How would you change that? If I put you in charge
You-
right
you
now,
know,
how would you change that process?
I've thought about that because the panels is, you know, we say panel, so it's gonna be honest. It's going, I think somehow or another, the school boards need to do a better job of monitoring what's going on. But I'm trying to come up with a word that's so important, close to what you said, that when you hold back information, there's really not a decision made. There's a one person pushing through an agenda that may not get through if the information was given to the body making the rules. A weakness is a great word. I like that word, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, is there some other things you'd like to share with us about before we move on? And like I said, there may still be some questions. I hope you'll stick around, but
No, you know what I really want to say?
go ahead.
By the grace of God, there are people that will listen.
Amen.
This is not a complaint. This is a complaint as a citizen. This is not, it's not about an individual. It's about a system that does work. And I'm going to tell you again, and you repeated it, and I want to repeat it to you. Management at risk is one of the best things the legislature has sent our way. And it's like the gentleman says, you can cull out and the people going out, the Ford going out of business, the planning, the time you can get on the front end, once you bid it, it's filtered, it's ready to go. I do applaud what the legislature's done.
Well, before you leave, I want to quote something that you said. You said nobody wants to shake the water.
Yes, sir.
Well, I know these committee members, and they water shakers.
And you know what?
They want to figure out how to help this.
You know what? God has made you for this moment.
Amen. Thank you so much, and I hope you'll stick around. Thank you, Mr. Torrance.
One last thing.
Yes, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. My wife appreciates that too. Scott Clark. I guess, am I reading that right? He writes like I do. Probably. Yeah. There you go. With R.W. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Scott Clark. I am President and CEO of R.W. Allen in Augusta, Georgia. I am also the current president of AGC Georgia. I appreciate your time today, and I just have a few quick comments regarding AGC. First, as you well know, we represent over 600 members across the state. Over 400 of those are subcontractors and suppliers. And so we are a statewide organization with great representation. From a contractor's perspective, we are a general contractor, again, based in Georgia, in Augusta. And about 60% of our volume is CM at risk and 40% is hard bid. And we have to be in those markets to survive on the east side of the state. We do perform at all state levels with BOR, GISFIG, all local school board associations or school board educations we have developed relationships with. And we have grown our market into the Clark County, Athens market, into the Savannah area. What I would like to say regarding CM at risk is really one thing. We entered CM at risk to be competitive because we are relationship builders as a contractor. And so when we look at the hard bid, the old mentality of design, bid, build, it is a you versus me mentality. We've said it before. It is not a relationship building market sector. And so, yes, we have to be in that sector, but it's not something that we really enjoy. It is very difficult for us to construct in the hard build arena if we're going to be successful in the CM arena. And let me tell you why. There are things that we're doing in the CM arena, and we've all listened to stories about CM at risk. We've been exposed to every failure that there is in the CM market. We have been not shortlisted on projects we feel like we are absolutely the best selection for, and didn't even get shortlisted, where our resume stood out. We have not been shortlisted on GISFIG's qualification-based shortlisted hard bid arena. We've been successful in that with them, and there's other projects we haven't. So the mentality of making those selections, we're still trying to figure out. But we have a lot of resources geared toward that, and I echo a lot of what Dave Sear said earlier. We've made an emphasis to make sure that we understand the protocols. We understand where to go and look to see what projects are coming out on the state publications. We choose and select based on that. But what CM at Risk has done for us as a contractor through the losses of CM projects, not through the wins, it has made us a better contractor. And I say that because to be able to compete in those markets, if we're competing, and we're a mid-sized contractor, we'll do anywhere from 70 to 100 million, and volume's not relative to us. And so for us to compete with the larger companies, we have to step our game up. And so the introduction of technology, whether it's modeling or Revit in our offices, we never had that before. We have it now because we need to compete. So what does that do for the hard bid side? We model every project that we build. I don't care if it's hard bid. I don't care if it's CM at Risk. We're doing it because we have to manage them the same way. Our mentality's the same. We have a lot of risk on the hard bid side because we're using subcontractors that don't conform to how we are working and how we are going to build this job. It forces us into a financial decision, as Lindy talked about, that we may not want to be in when we're constructing that job. But the CM market arena has made us a better contractor. There's no doubt about it. I applaud y'all for what you're going through with your committee. I feel like that every agency across the state, whether it be local or statewide, needs to have all the tools in their box to make a selection. I think every project has its purpose, and it can be decided based on the delivery methods that are out there. I would not want to limit anybody's opportunity to select a delivery method for their project. Just one thing I would like to see statewide would be, and I'm not sure, Jim, y'all can do this, but just a little more weight on the local institution. We have votes that come out of GISFIG. We have votes that come out of BOR. The local institution has the smallest number. So in our area, it's Augusta University. I still call it Augusta State. So
now, elaborate on that just a bit about the local institution has the least amount of
facility.
weight.
The facility.
They have one vote on most of those selection panels, and so you're saying, well, at one time they did have two.
Correct.
And now they only have one.
Right.
And perhaps that might be, and I'm just throwing this out there, people who are not from Augusta may disagree with you.
Well, that might be the case. I assume it probably would be the case.
I was in
I'll
Augusta
just
the
tell
other
you-
day, and
I'll
they're
just-
building a lot of buildings.
I'll tell you this, there are instances where the facilities department that has to run the project and it has to manage the project during and post-construction would appreciate more voice in the selection process because of the fact that they have aligned themselves with a project, with a contractor on the project that they have had problems with in the past. And so that would be one of the points I would probably work on from a matrix standpoint or a grading standpoint, is have a little more weight with the local facilities people. But that is really, I want to echo everything that has been said before. And again, I just can't stress enough that we need to maintain the tools in the box for selection purposes. But I appreciate y'all's time.
All right, well, thank you for coming and presenting, but before you run off, I want to just make sure that, do any of the committee members have any questions from this group that we've heard about more of the construction management at risk firms side, so to speak, and just before they are melted into the, here you go, Representative Harden.
I guess I've got one question, Mr. Chairman, and that is, Mr. Sear, you spoke about you had to learn how to better compete. Now, is that things that are listed somewhere, or is that kind of trade secrets of your own? Did you come up with ideas of how to better compete in a particular market?
Well, certainly no trade secrets. Thankfully, what we all do isn't rocket science, or else I wouldn't be any good at it. No, but when you make a presentation to GSFIC or to a local school board and you fail to make the short list, if you take the time and energy to follow up and ask them if you could see the other proposals, which they're usually happy to do. They don't let you take them anywhere, but they'll roll them out on a desk. And you can see the content, and then you can ask questions about what was it. A lot of times it's chemistry of the team. We just felt better with your competitor's superintendent. He was more experienced in this type of work, or he made us feel at ease that he was going to manage the project. But you start learning these things by, failure always, to me, the difference between success and failure is getting up and brushing yourself off one more time. You just got to learn from that past one and glean any information you can to better compete. So that's what I mean. It's a process, and how to appeal to your audience.
All right, so there is not, before you go in, you don't know the factors, basically, is what you're saying, that are, I guess, important to that particular group you're presenting to.
You really don't. I mean, I remember distinctly one time we lost a project we thought we were well suited for, and the reason I was given during the debrief was the competitor that won the project hired a third-party schedule consultant to make sure the project stayed on schedule. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I believe that scheduling is one of the core competencies of a contractor. And my take on that would have been, if you've got to hire a third party to schedule your project, you're not hiring the right contractor. But they were enamored, and the reason they were enamored was the last project they had done didn't finish on time. And they thought that this guy had the silver bullet of having a schedule. Now, I didn't change my approach. The next time I went to compete, I didn't go hire a third-party scheduler, but I said what I just said about a core competency so that if anyone did have it, they might consider my view in making the decision.
Thank you.
As a general question to the group, what I have gleaned from what I've heard today is the construction management risk as a process can work, for the right projects in the right place. That the one gentleman, spoke of I'll say he spoke of a one-off. It may be more than one-off around. So is that a fair take from the folks that have testified in this point, that you wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, if you will, but you would change the soap in some areas.
I think you hit it earlier. It's a system that's worth tweaking, and I think we can identify those areas where it needs the tweaks. But as a whole, personally, I think it's a system that there's a reason it's popular, and it's not because it's easy. It's a best value proposition more than anything.
Just to follow up, and again, so much information and to try to absorb all this, but if the core competency of a general contractor is scheduling, timing, why does one of the key selling points of being a construction manager have to be, I'm going to keep you on time and under budget? That comment almost contradicts the selling point of being a construction manager to some degree. There seems to be this perception that if you go hard bid, well, we just will go overtime and many times over budget or whatever. One of my follow-up questions to the group that that's construction managers would be, again, a follow-up to the comment of the core competency of being a general contractor, timing. Many of these construction management at-risk projects do go long in many cases, and perhaps the budget is higher than what they thought. And, we have examples of both, and I use one in my home district just because it's my home. Bacon County Schools. Was millions of dollars above that what they thought was the maximum allowable, and months over. And so I'm trying to absorb two trains of thought coming directly from a construction manager. How do we wade through that? If that is the case and the core competency of being a general contractor is timing, why is that such a selling point to an owner?
One thing I'd like to make clear is I said a core competency, not the core competency. There are several others.
Right.
And I don't think it's a contradiction at all. A lot of what the CM process brings, from the time you start building, you really, it's the difference between a CM and a general contractor is negligible, in my opinion. What the CM process brings that the GC process doesn't is usually during that pre-construction phase and the planning phase and the budgeting phase and the planning, the sequencing of the job. A lot of times that was left alone to an architect who, would sequence a project the way they best saw it, but then when a contractor wins the project, oftentimes he'd want to change that sequencing. So that's another core competency, how to approach the project and deliver it, most efficiently. So I don't see the contradiction that the chairman sees.
Just going by what we're hearing is that they will say, and I say they, meaning the owners, whether it's the school system or the college campuses, would say, they just make us feel better about doing it on time and under budget, which kind of leads to the question of construction management at risk projects. Are they always right on the money on schedule? Right on time, and are they always under budget?
I think there's train wrecks. I'm sorry, I'll shut up after this. I think there's train wrecks in both. No matter what track you're on, there's the capacity to have a train wreck. And I think you see it in no matter what delivery system you use, that possibility is always there. I'm gonna let Scott.
One of the other things, just to kind of along that same note before we let y'all go, but you'll hear them say, well, there's not as many change orders. And just in the short period of time we've had to be educated about how this works, that's what they refer to as contingency money, correct?
Yeah.
In a construction management at risk, there's contingency money. The only thing that really changes, again, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is that with the contingency money, all three of them kind of work together to agree and sort of muddle through the change order, whatever it may be. And under a hard bid or a design bid build method, somebody's going to eat it, whether it's the architect, the general contractor, or the owner. How is there not the same accountability in what we call contingency that there is in the consequences of leaving out the electrical fixtures on a hard bid?
Well, I actually think there are with that as you define the contingencies inside the agreement. But I would like to make one point about the schedule, and Mike Collins brought it up earlier based on a basic design bid build scenario where he's having to use the design teams that were low bid to him to be able to finish his engineering side of it. But on the CM side, what you're really doing is you're taking those documents that are not 100%, and they may be in the schematic side, but you're starting to massage those documents through the technologies that we have right now to improve the set of documents that physically go out to bid to your subcontractors in the invited mode. So the quality of the estimate that comes back from those subcontractors is vastly improved over what you will see in a scope situation, over what you will see in a hard bid scenario. What takes place in the hard bid scenario is there's so many scope gaps because the design is, and I'm not bashing the design teams, they have not gone through and managed the layers of documents to have a complete set of documents that are out ready for bid. And so you have all this scope change that is sitting there that we, in the hard bid market, are wanting to be reimbursed for. Our subs are wanting to get reimbursed for, and they're pushing their foot on the pedal because they were the low sub on the job. So I disagree with the notion that the hard bid scenario is more economically, it has a more economical advantage to the owner than the CM arena. We're pushing all of that information out on the front end and getting all those issues pushed out through the design, through the model, whatever it may be. So when we're looking at mechanical room spaces and making sure mechanical equipment fits in those spaces, it's done during the pre-construction cycle and not after the equipment arrives on the job.
And you know, I think we've heard that a number of times, even when we were talking through Georgia State Finance Investment Commission, kind of putting them on the hot seat about how they use the selection process and the construction management at risk. But again, there just still seems to be a little bit of a conflict in regards to, let's say, a general contractor that hard bids and gets a $4 million project. And in South Georgia, that's a pretty big project in my county.
As well as ours.
So a general contractor hard bids it, and he's there with the ones that he's familiar with bidding against. A $4 million construction management at risk delivery method is used on a very similar renovation / new addition or whatever. And a whole new group of people show up to try to participate. Not only do they show up, the general contractor who just won the $4 million school over in adjoining county is not even shortlisted. And so the question has come up on the phone numerous times with contractors over the several weeks that we've been starting to get ready. They would say, well, just let me tell you something. You know, it bothers me that none of the construction management firms show up to hard bid, but they all, and I don't know what that even means, but most of them will show up And so that, I guess, to apologize some to Mr. Sear, I don't mean to make it sound like what he said was a conflict. I meant, it seems like what we're hearing on the phone and meeting with contractors and construction managers, there's some conflict in there where it's so great, but yet I'm not getting any horror stories recently. Now, I'm sure during the downturn and when people were all scrambling, big guys were fighting for small projects, guys who had built houses thought they could build a school, there were probably some issues, but I'm not hearing any of those horror stories from these elementary or middle schools and high schools that are being built. So could you help me understand in that perfect world of construction management where the owner, the construction manager, and the architect all work together in unison and it's kumbaya and there's just not any problems? They're all there to get the construction management job, but none of them are there to try to put some hard numbers down to win it, with price being the primary component. Now, we agree that price shouldn't be the only.
But it should be a major factor in the decision. There is no doubt about it.
So why the...
Go ahead.
No, just why there just seems to be such a separation. It's almost like saying that skydiving and scuba diving's the same. They both say diving, but they're not close to the same. And so help me understand that big difference.
They are relatively similar in.
But those guys aren't showing up to bid. So if they're similar,
Yeah.
you would think that they would certainly try to compete for them. And again, please hear me. This is what we hear. You'll hear me say perception time and time again. That's what they tell us.
I'll answer that question. Is a potential reason why they don't want to compete on the hard bid side versus the CM side. And I want to go back to what Lindy Jones talked about on bid day. Okay? We don't have a 4-hour bid rule here in Georgia like South Carolina had before or whatever, where you had time to prepare prior to you ever submitting your bid to the owner. You had that window to really dissect and make sure that the scope was covered and the sub was financially stable and you made the right decision. We don't have that. And so when we are in a bid room, because I do hard bid and I do CM, and we go after the same types of projects on both, so I understand what you're talking about, but we're going to select the ones that we feel like we have the best advantage of getting in a hard bid market. We have a lot of experience in the CM market, and so depending on that side, we look at our selection process the same. If we feel like we're going to be competitive on the CM arena, we're going to submit. If we feel like we can have a competitive edge in some fashion or form on the hard bid arena, we're going to submit. And so it's about personal choice to us. But what drives the train in our office on hard bid is we better have every sub number that's out there, no matter what part of the state it may come from, for us to be able to even make a decision whether to use that sub or not, or we are wasting our time, valuable time, even submitting a bid. So if we have a glass contractor out of Atlanta that is hard bidding our school in Augusta, Georgia, and he's $100,000 low, other than our other 3 suppliers in Augusta, and we make the decision not to use that subcontractor, we have just thrown away hours and hours of putting a hard bid together. And we know that that subcontractor cannot come to Augusta, Georgia and beat our 3 glass guys by 20%. It just doesn't equate. And so somebody in that hard bid arena is going to take the chance with that glass guy. That's where the difference really lies, is how much risk are you willing to take in a hard bid market and jeopardize a relationship that you're not going to have to do in the CM arena.
I'm going to let Mr. James, but you know, you're at liberty as the general contractor, R.W. Allen, to say, just toss that one. There's nothing that obligates you to take that one that's $100,000 less. True.
True.
And
And there is no obligation to take a voluntary alternate that a sub sends in the door that changes the electrical fixture package by 500,000. Somebody's gonna take it.
right. and that's, you know, we've mentioned the word risk around here a lot, but I take risk every day, just
I
like that in my
understand.
business. Mr. James.
Contingencies are included in project budgets for unforeseen conditions and stuff just happens on construction sites.
Correct.
I'm just curious, your perspective, when those things do occur and you do have a change order, do you think the owner gets better pricing through the CM process or through the hard bid, the change order process?
Well, I'd
Or
like
you
to
say
start
that- or you think they're
real,
equivalent?
I would like just to start real equivalent if the project is over budget in the hard bid cycle, because they're coming back to VE and you're gonna get 50 cents on your dollar. There's no doubt
Right,
about
right.
it. In the CM arena, when you have the open dialogue and you're still competing for the subcontractor selection process, you're getting dollar for dollar value. And so when you're going through that pre-construction process and you're still having 2 to 3 subs working with you on that to get the job back, you're in a dollar for dollar mode. And I think when you're looking at a CM agreement and managing your contingency dollars, you have developed that trust with that subcontractor, and therefore you will be getting a dollar for dollar return or a dollar for dollar add if it goes the opposite way out of the contingency.
Thank you.
Representative Martin.
Again, show my lack of construction knowledge, but in the, again, in the past, in a local government, we did a lot. This was, going back in the 93, 94, 95 for a while. And we did projects that were, 8-figure projects on a big greenway, up in Alpharetta that had a lot of moving parts and it rained and so forth. And then we did, road projects and so forth. And I say that to ask you this question. In a low bid situation, so we're going to build this and it's going to, your low bid, we took bids and they came in from 9,000 to 10,000 to 12,000. So we took the $9,000 person. We've had situations where literally the week after they put the shovel in the ground, they came to us and say, your guy that built this road didn't see that Bell South at the time, Southern Bell at the time, box, and we're going to have to slow our process down because we're out there ready to go, but now we got to wait 2 months because Southern Bell can't get to move that box for us because we're going to pour asphalt over the top of it and we can't do that. In a low bid situation, if we left that out of the design, you're pretty much at the mercy of the contractor, are you not?
Yes.
In a construction management at risk, there's some ownership, and you looked over all that stuff before you did it, and you're with us. I'm not saying, again, some right for some things, some right for others, but is it not true in that scenario, the construction management risk, you're more on the same team with the buyer, the school board, the Board of Regents, at trying to bring the project in. Both methods in that case may lead to a more expensive project than 9,000 because you found something that wasn't there. But you're pulling the same end of the rope if you're construction management at risk, where if you're just a low bid, you throw up your hands and go, it's on you, you didn't tell us.
I'll just answer that, in my opinion, this way. You're right on every point that you made. There is zero collaboration in a hard bid market across the board. There is 100% collaboration in a construction management arena. So we are collaborating with the subs, we're collaborating with the material vendors, we're collaborating with the designers, we're collaborating with the owners with one vision for a successful project. And so when you're sitting there and you talk about your instance, the manhole cover, that would be discussed in a scope of work session, to where the subs, including that scope of work and visually been out to the site, looked at that, versus a hard bid, they're looking at a black and white set of documents and whatever's there is what they're pricing.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk, My takeaway from this is getting to be that both of these things can work. Both of them have their, and I think you've said it already. We have the one-off situation, multiple off situation, where it seems, this is my opinion, that the gentleman brought up earlier, that particular process may be flawed, and this group or somebody else may need to look at that particular process, and we may need to refine it so we try to make it not happen again. But I'm thinking that we have an overall process that's good that needs refinement, and then we may have individual situations that have taken place in this state that need really looking into, and I won't get any more specific than what really looking into may be.
That's
in
right.
my opinion.
That's right, and I hope that everyone in here that has attended the other two meetings has heard me say that there are certainly opportunities for construction management at risk. Absolutely. But to maybe get you to elaborate a little bit, just because I'm struggling with the zero collaboration part, because typically these architects want to do your work again. Would that be fair?
No, sir.
You don't think an architect that does a project for you wants to do your next project?
Well, in a hard bid arena, they're not working for me. They're working for the owner. So
And they want to work for that owner again?
yes.
Okay, and the general contractor, who's fortunate enough to win the low bid,
Yes.
would like to work with that architect again, or like to work with that owner again.
Yes.
And so to think that there's some fairy tale land out there where a general contractor would not collaborate with an owner, zero was
There is zero collaboration in the production of the project budget. There is zero collaboration in the production of the design.
So the owner's not working with the architect to design the school?
And he's not working at all with the contractor because the contractor's not been
So I
selected.
just hire I hire an architect and I say, hey, right there's our piece of property. You design me a school to fit this many kids, and that's what we're gonna go with.
Absolutely right, until it's bid. That's exactly what takes place.
The owner does not get to say what that facility looks like
Oh,
at
yeah.
all.
I'm talking about from a construction's perspective.
Okay, but collaboration between the owner, the Department of Education approves Coffee County School System to build a $5 million elementary school. And in this particular instance, they worked with a local architect,
Yes.
going full bore hard bid. The school board told the architect what they wanted, where they wanted it, picked out roughly what they wanted to look like, and then they put it out for hard bid. And the general contractors get the plans and the specifications, and they bid it. And the low bid, say, gets it, and they start down the path, and then all of a sudden, the school system, the owner, says, you know, if we'd have put one more shelter, we could have 2 pickup lines and drop-off lines. So he goes to the architect and says, hey, add me another drop-off line. And the architect says, okay, and goes and designs it, and then comes back and shows it to the owner, and the architect talk with the general contractors and say, if that's not collaboration, I'm not sure what is. Help me understand zero
And
collaboration
I
on
want
a
to make
hard
sure,
bid.
Mr. Chairman, that I'm speaking from a contractor's perspective. So in a hard bid market, there is no collaboration with me and a design firm prior to bid day, except attending a pre-bid meeting. That's it.
Prior to bid day.
Prior to
All
bid
right,
day.
well, then we'll switch gears back to the point of that a couple of people have made in other meetings, is how do you come up with this firm budget? And we have heard instances where the design was not but 50% complete when all of this working together was happening. How are you getting numbers from subcontractors when the design's not complete?
We can take a schematic design and go through historical data and come up with a very complete itemized 17 division breakdown to use as a SCL, or a stated cost limitation. The Board of Regents, GISFIG, they have historical data that is going to generate a SCL stated cost limitation for the project when they put their RFQ out, because the contractors that are submitting that need to understand what that stated cost limitation is to be able to produce numbers around it. It's not hard for a contractor, once a stated cost limitation is developed, to put a GC factor if he knows how long the job's going to take, a fee and a pre-construction fee. That's not an issue at all. Those are really the only things that you need. But in the hard bid arena, there is none of that. An owner is the one that's going to establish a budget for the job in the hard bid. Or a program manager that works for the owner is the one that is creating the budgets for the owner prior to hard bid.
Okay, I'm gonna quit picking on you after this one.
No, you're good.
How in the world did we ever survive under hard bid for all those hundreds of years? How did we get to 2001? How did we get? I'm just trying to figure out how we got to this point of moving 80% of $1.56 billion to construction management at risk, when even two have testified they cut their teeth on hard bid all those years. And now we're answering these questions of constituents and contractors around the state to how we ended up here.
I really think it's just an evolution of our industry. I think it's an evolution of the ability to do things differently that are more efficient, in my opinion. And I think that the efficiency in construction management far outweighs what I went through and still go through in the hard bid market. Because of the fact you're able to manage in a much more controlled environment than you are on the hard bid side.
Mr. James.
I did hard bid for 25 years of my previous job at UAB in Birmingham, so I'm really very familiar with the hard bid process. We couldn't do cement risk at all. But I think one of the points is you could have a very, very adversarial relationship, the general contractor in a hard bid environment with an owner, and end up on pretty sour terms at the end of the job, and turn right around and bid to his next job as long as you haven't been disbarred, which is extremely rare. So the relationships there are basically dictated by law and whether or not whether you still have your GC license, but we certainly experienced that quite a few times. So it's an adversarial relationship, and the GC may not care if the owner's mad or not at the end of the job, because he's still got the legal right to bid the same next job that the owner has. Is that correct?
I agree wholeheartedly. And again, you and I are, Mr. Chairman, are a lot alike in my opinion, because you speak pretty much the same way I do. You infer that there's a relationship there. I infer that there's a relationship there because we're relationship builders. But if you're a true hard bid contractor and you live and die on that, I say exactly what I say when I open. It is a you versus me mentality. And they could care less
And
whether
those
they
guys-
ever work for you again.
And those guys aren't in this room today because they're out of business.
That's exactly right. But they're not all out of business. There's
I-
still a market for them. And that is that is part of the reason why we've evolved
Let me
into
clarify.
something different.
In rural South Georgia, they are gone.
Okay.
Because relationships are everything.
everything.
But thank you so much, and I know that we were getting into probably a few more questions. I'm sorry, Representative Martin, did you have another one? I'm sorry.
Difficult project, but look at it like this. Think of it yourself. Let's just. I bought some T-shirts last year for a team, and if I had been, and I know it's public money, not private money, but if I had done that on a hard bid process, and the fellow that came in with the low bid on the T-shirt was a guy who I bought him from the year before, and I told him he had to have them February 1st, and he got them to me March 15th. But he was under contract, had my money, and couldn't buy them from anybody else. if I was on a hard bid and he came in a nickel lower and I had to take him, I'd be sweating all the way to February 1st to see if I got my T-shirts. I think that's why we've gone to these other methods from hard bids, so that you aren't forced, because I sat in that chair for 6.5 years where we had some things that were hard bid, and it was with somebody that had not delivered previously, but had not been so egregious in their non-delivery that we could disqualify them. But you're sitting there knowing that if they're the low, they were the low bid and it was a straight up cost basis, you had to go that way again, and you just sat there in the mayor's office and you waited on the other shoe to fall. So that's the reason I believe we've evolved into that, which is not saying that the awarding of this, which is I think the crux of what you're trying to get at, Mr. Chairman, is ripe for improvement, and certain situations that have happened in the past aren't ripe for being looked into. But I think that's how you came from the way you used to do it to the way you weren't, that you want to do it now, because with public money, you want the lowest cost for the best product. And I believe you don't, with staying away from hard bid, you stay away from somebody that in certain situations know they can perform a little bit below your expectations, but as long as they come back in a nickel lower next time, they're going to get the business. So
That's right. And I don't want to confuse hard bid with unqualified. I don't think we've ever said that. We certainly want qualified general contractors, and if perhaps somebody comes into hard bid or a construction management at risk opportunity, we want to make sure people are qualified, and I don't, we get that. Thank you so much for yours.
Appreciate
Please
y'all's
stick
time.
around, and we're going to move on, and at this time we'll have Mr. Jerry Harper. And we are going to run over a little bit. There's a cafeteria upstairs. If you have to go to the bathrooms, they're right and left. But we're going to keep going and let everybody have an opportunity to speak, and thank you so much for your patience. All right, make sure that you, whoever's going to, whoever's going to talk, and switch the microphone back and forth so we can make sure we get your audio, and everybody can hear you. Let her hand these out real quick, and we'll get moving. And I do apologize, but I really want everybody to be heard. And since we're all here in Atlanta together, and people got missing work, I want everybody to have an opportunity. All right, and we're kind of moving on to what would be considered and I just did this real quick on the computer at home, general contractors / subcontractors, ones that want to be heard on this issue as a result of, feeling like or absolutely being left out in some cases, and then sometimes, like we talked about with the scoring method on construction management, you just kind of get scored out or whatever. And so, Mr. Jerry, thank y'all for coming, and I'm going to turn it over to you. Just make sure we try to talk in the mic, and we're going to let you give it to us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm Jerry Harper. I'm the CEO of Harper & Company Builders. This is my son, Jeffrey Harper. He's the president. And I've been in construction all my life. I've graduated from engineering school in civil engineering. I went to work up here in Atlanta as a young man, and I worked with a small contractor out of East Point, and I was an estimator / project manager for him. One of the first jobs that I did was a school in the late 60s. It was a school in Mableton Elementary School nearby. Another one right after that, while I was with him for a brief period of time, and was right across the street, the Labor Department. I built the first computer room, just for information, back when they had the old PCs and the raised floor and the air conditioning blowed up in them, and anyway, and I was right across the street from a fellow named John Sims. Anybody that's been around here knew Mr. John Sims. He was over the State School Building Authority. He was an attorney. And the specs that they use today, a lot of it is what he developed. And I'm sure his team, not just him, but it was over his overseeing. And he was, I found him to be an honorable, fair, honest man. And in working with, doing state projects, school projects later on, while he was still there, he was impartial to the architect and to the contractor. If the architect screwed up on the drawings, he would take care of it. You know, you got to fix this, you know, and you need to pay the contractor a change order. I've watched this process go from hard bid, design bid bill. Over the years, I started as an estimator with a firm down in Fitzgerald, Georgia, Manning Massey. I was an estimator / project manager. And during those years, I'm talking about the early 70s, there was probably 7 or 8 contractors throughout the rural areas of the state that I would call school builders. And there was Howard Ray Construction out of Nashville, Georgia. There's Warren Scott out of Americus, Georgia. There was McKnight Construction out of Augusta. There was Bowen and Watson that's here, and I'm glad to see them. Carol Daniels come later on. I'm trying to remember all of them. McDonald Construction was a big one. And it was tough. I'm telling you, we battled it out, bidding schools, and we would go to, you know, try to get the low bid. And when we built it, you know, we knew we had to build it fast to deliver it on time to make any money on it. You know, the longer you go, the more your overhead's going to cost you. So anyway, over the years, I've seen this develop from design bid bill to going over about 20, 25 years ago, starting with the CMAR, Construction Management at Risk, you know, type of delivery methods. When the CMAR first started, there was one contractor, I won't call his name, went around the state doing it. He's no longer doing it, thank goodness, but he was ripping the taxpayers off. You know, every school system he went in, he would blow the budget. He knew the system, and he would stay there as long as, you know, they were doing school projects in that area until they said, no, we don't want to do any work with you anymore. And then it's got more honorable, I think, you know, later on. And what we got now is, I'm going to list a bunch of things here that I want to share with everybody. And I don't want them to think, I don't want anybody in the room to think that I'm just completely negative towards CMAR, Construction Management, because I've done it. I did a $33 million jail here in Coffee County under Construction Management risk. And I know the advantages and disadvantages of it. One of the primary advantages is you have CMAR, you're able to work with the owner and the architect on his plans. That's not always the case. I hear the construction managers always saying, well, you get to work with them up front. Not true always. What's happening is sometimes you do when they put out a RFQ or RFP, the plans has already been drawn. I mean, you know, theoretically, the reason this method's working is you're supposed to be working with them. Well, that's not true. There's some of these school projects being put out in the state right now that when they put out the RFQ, the plans are already drawn. And so, anyway, what I'm gonna try to share with y'all today is I would call it the dark side of construction management. And so that maybe by going through this process, the construction management method can be bettered to the point that it's fair for the taxpayer. And ultimately, the taxpayer is the one that's on hook for whatever method is chosen. All right. And let me also say that design, bid, build, there could be some changes in it, like it's been previously mentioned. 4 hour, all the subs have to turn the bid in 4 hours. That'd make somebody not be able to make a mistake, help somebody not be able to make a mistake. Because it is frustrating on hard design, bid, build. Right at you bidding a $10 million job, and all your bids come in the last hour, and you got to go through them. You got to see what he's left out, what he hadn't. So if the state would do like South Carolina and instigate this 4 hour rule that they got to submit the bids to the general contractor 4 hours prior, that would be a big help in keeping hard bid to where you don't have that low ball. They might even consider throwing out the low bidder if he's below a certain percent. Say if a low bidder's any of these folks in here, Lindy and with JCI and Bowen and Watson, all of them that's been hard bid contractors, they know that when you take bids, let's say there's 6 or 7 bidders, there's a nucleus of bidders that'll be in the pack, we call it. That's where the bid should be at. And if you got one person that drops down below that, way down, then in my opinion, you know, he needs to be kicked out. And that would help the owner make sure that he's not dealing with a contractor that has screwed up, you know, because he's given them a bid bond saying he's going to do the job. And so on hard bid, design, build, those are basically the 2 issues that I would like to say that could be corrected, you know. I'm going to list you, I'm calling it the 7 myths about construction management. And I want everybody to understand that there is all kinds of RFQs and RFPs that us contractors or construction managers see out there. Seems like everybody has got their own version, you know. If it's state money in it, if it was standardized, that would be a big help. Or yeah, if it was standardized, if there's any state money in a project, it would be a big help. But if you go and you bid in a school in one county and you got an architect, he's come up with his particular kind of guideline, you know, for a RFQ, you know, to submit your qualifications and an RFP. You go to another county, it's different. And sometimes it's very evident that because of the way they set the RFQ up, that they're guiding it towards somebody. So, you know, they're trying to help somebody. And then, to be honest, I've seen it being skewed to where it was for local contractors, you know. They had the percentage of local participation up so high that it was, you know, and I think that there's a lot of things that needs to be considered. This thing is not as simple as you know, I wish it was to try to explain. But maybe I'll be helpful. I'm going to read some of this. Supporters of CMAR delivery method think that state projects and/or local government projects which utilize state funds are getting more competitive pricing, better quality, and are being delivered faster by picking their CMAR and not using a design build bid bill method. The first myth, it says construction manager at risk. Well, a construction manager, the CMAR, is at less risk than a design bid bill contractor. Depends on the particular RFP, okay? Some of the RFPs, they'll allow for even subcontractor bonds or subguard insurance to be put in to cost of work, which means the owner's gonna pay for it and the CMAR get a fee off of it. So, it suggests, the name suggests that it's at risk. Well, they have to put a bond on it. In some cases, there's no risk. I mean, the construction manager, he's driving his own budget. He is preparing his own budget. He has no competition in preparing that budget. He's determining the time it's going to take for the project, because at the time he gets involved in it, there's no plans. He's working with the architect, and so he's in charge of his own destiny. And if he screws up on the price, it's his own fault, because he ain't got no competition, you know. And so I want to be sure that everybody understands a hard bid contractor, when he submits his bid on the day of the bid, he's got to perform for that, and he's bidding under pressure against other contractors, you know. So he's trying to get the lowest possible price that he knows that he can do it at and make money, you know. Pay his overhead and make money. The next myth, the price is more competitive. This is, we're talking about construction management. Actually, I've done both, and it depends on GSFIC work. I mean, they do a better job listing exactly what's in the cost of the cost matrix, what's in cost of work, what's in fee. There's less money to be made there than they are on some of these local projects that state funded, okay? Because those folks, they don't know. And they use, a lot of times, it's their first time they've ever done construction management at risk. And they will look at a website from some construction management company, and naturally it's going to be weighted towards the construction manager, you know, because there's ways, you know, your job cost, in general overhead, the more you can throw in the cost of work, the safer the construction manager is going to be, because the owner, again, is paying for what's in the cost of work. And you got the cost of work, you got the fee, and what's going to be provided by the owner. So as much as the construction manager, they're always going to try to throw as much of that as they can, talk the owner in, let's put this in cost of work. We're here to be honest. That's what I'm doing. I'm laying it on the line, you know. All right. The CMA, the construction manager, always selects the construction manager is always selected before the GMP, or guaranteed maximum price, is ever developed. And sometimes I've seen even the fee which is crazy. I mean, you select somebody, and then, oh, by the way, what's your price, you know? Or what's your fee? And that's the part, one of the main parts I don't like about construction management. You're assuming everybody's honest. They ain't everybody honest. It's not everybody honest. And if you're the construction manager and you are trying to get as much money out of it as you can, what you gonna do? You're driving the budget. You the one determining the budget. You're gonna set the project as high as you can. The GMP. I mean, you don't want to screw up. You know, you're the construction manager. So, anyway, the next myth is provides better quality. On a construction management project, the quality is driven by the quality control person that is on the job, provided by the construction manager. And on the hard bid, the architect's doing it. So you got, and on a lot of construction management projects, the architect doesn't even do any inspecting. It's all, you've got to do your own quality control, you know. So, you're determining, if you're a construction manager and you got a block wall up there and you know that you got a hog in it, you know, wavy lines or whatever, am I gonna tear that wall down? You might not. But if you got, on hard bid, you got the architect, and there's good and bad architects. Some of them are really gonna scrutinize the work, the quality. And that's really what you want, is you want a architect. Some of them is tougher than others. But in the end, the hard bid contractor's got to respect an architect that wants good quality in the project, you know. I've never had a beef with an architect. If we did something wrong, tear it out, let's redo it, you know. And so the quality, if you got a good architect, the architect is gonna go out there, he's gonna inspect, and be out there every big job, every 2 weeks. He's gonna go through, he's gonna write your list up, hey, that wall needs tearing down, let's do this, let's do that, you know. So, the fourth myth is provides better quality. Well, that's what I just got through saying. Provides better delivery time. Delivery time is negotiated by the construction management person with the owner. Or either the owner says, hey, I've got to have this built by the beginning of school year so-and-so. Okay? So this is a size school. You got to gear up to build this size school in, say, a year. And the delivery time, a lot of times the construction manager is the ones that is saying it, you know, what time that it's gonna be built. And unless the owner stipulates what time it's gotta be built, there's no incentive for the construction manager to show shorter time. In fact, it encourages him to show a longer time, and I'll get to that in a minute when it comes to the money. Hard bid usually requires delivery time to be given on the proposal. In other words, a lot of the projects we bid hard bid, they have a place on the proposal form, blank time, how many days you gonna bid it in. All right, so we're not just competing on price, we're competing on time also. So if you got two bidders that are neck and neck, and one's got lower time, and the owner really needs that project in a shorter time, he can legally pick the one with the shorter time, and that happens a lot, you know. So there's competition there. The point I'm trying to show, and I think it's gonna be pretty systematic all the way through this thing. In hard bid, you're driven to get the best price for the taxpayer, okay? And for the owner. For the owner and for yourself, that you can make money at. Money in the CMAR method is not a precedent. I mean, it's on the back burner. Whatever that owner that you're dealing with, whatever budget he's got, as long as you come under that budget, he's fine. What if he's got too much money in his budget? You know, you're gonna keep your price up as high as you can. You know, you're gonna give him whatever. You know, let's go with visual display boards in every room. You know, another myth: eliminates change orders. All right. You was talking about contingency a while ago. Contingency, the ones I've seen, is usually between 2 to 5% on a project under construction management. And what happens on a construction management project, if the architect, you've had a chance to review it supposedly, but if the drawings is already ready and you get into the project and the architect screwed up, there's a conflict between the mechanical and the architectural or whatever, you know, then what's usually happened is that they provide a change order that comes out of contingency and it covers the architect's mistake. All right. There's the opportunity is there if the construction manager screwed up, if he can cover it up some way to pull it out of contingency. You know, the corruption side of it. And so, you're talking about change orders. You don't have change orders. Everybody thinks you don't have change orders in, as many change orders in construction management. No, you do. They just covered up. The taxpayer don't see it because it comes out of contingency. That's not generally listed to the public, but you do a hard bid job and everybody, it'll be in the paper, you know, change orders, if one that wants to do status reports, you know, in the newspaper. Everybody, oh man, that contractor's getting rich. Well, 90% of the change orders is for an architect screw up, or the owner requested. Let's just say they decide, hey, we need a door here, you know. The only time a contractor actually gets a change order on a hard bid job is for unforeseen conditions. State law, unless you've got soil boring, stuff like that in your plans, they have to give you a change order, you know. There are times.
Representative Martin talked about that a little bit while ago about some unforeseen, and just remember, we're all citizen legislators. You know, we don't do this for a living. What would be and I know we've got to pick up the pace a little bit. What is an unforeseen type of a scenario?
Let's say they did soil borings on the site, maybe did 2 soil borings, one at this end of a 10-acre site and this at the end of another 10-acre site. Well, in the middle of it, there was a landfill at one time. It's covered up and nobody knows about it. Well, the contractor, the poor contractor, he didn't know. He can't see in the ground, you know. So he deserves a change order for it because you have to go in and you have to undercut it, backfill it. And so that, I mean, you know, I can't think of an instance that a contractor actually, on hard bid, actually gets a change order other than unforeseen conditions. 90% of the change orders I see is because the architect screwed up, or the owner requested them. So-
Getting a little bit of a chuckle out of the architects, I guess.
But,
Right.
well, I mean, it's the truth. I mean, they're not perfect. I understand.
That's right.
They're gonna be some of those. I mean, that's just the human side of it.
Number 6.
All right, number 6, CM, construction management at risk delivery method allows CM, architect, and owner to work together to make value engineering changes to reduce project costs. I will have to say, if there's one thing that construction management does, that part of it, the pre-construction part, is a good attribute, but if it's done properly. And, but so many times, so many times on these things, the plans is already developed, and which defeats the purpose. That's the main advantage to me. If the plans is already developed, why don't you put it out for hard bid, you know? And I'm telling you, there's a pile of them. If it's
And
checked out.
sometimes we might have a facility that was designed 8 or 10 years ago, and they finally got the funding for it. They may want to make some changes, so some what would you call it?
Pre-construction.
Pre-construction design may be needed
Right.
to tweak that because those plans have been sitting there, I don't know, however long. So that might be an instance where you could use some pre-construction, but you could still work together with them, I guess, or to try to help your owner is what I'm saying,
Right.
because they might have paid that architect way back and he's
Yeah.
not in the picture anymore. or
And
something.
in a way, hard bid has some pre-construction. I heard it stated a while ago that no, it doesn't have any, when the contractors interact with the architects on the pre-bid, they bring up things like that. Hey, you don't have this in you, and so the addenda, they provide an addenda to come out before it bids, and it lists these changes that contractors have made suggestions where they find out that hey, the architect made an error here, So there is a little bit of pre-construction that goes on, before the hard bid.
You said you like the fact that they do pre-construction stuff, but then I think
do.
you've got a note here about a downside to.
All right, well, when the drawings, if the drawings is already done, what happens is let's say it's over the budget. The owner says, we got $20 million to do this project. And then they're gonna get value engineering down to just get it to $19,900,000. You see what I'm talking about? What the objective, if construction management was done properly, is to get it down to the bottom number with value engineering, as long as it's not decreasing the quality of the project. But we're all human. What's gonna happen is if the owner says they got $20 million, he's just gonna try to get it below 20 million. Does that make sense? Again, I'm just bringing up some of the things that can happen, okay? Not that it happens every day.
That's right. We're number 7.
It's happening somewhere every day. Number 7, utilizes as much local participation as design bid bill. The CMAR method eliminates, and this is one of the main reasons I'm here today. It eliminates rural contractors and small and young CMs. When I'll talk about that a little bit later, but the CMAR, the construction manager, they have a tendency when they put out the trade packages to lump them all together. For instance, site work. All right, if I'm hard bidding site work on a job, there's a bunch of items in-site work, paving, curb and gutter, striping, earthwork, storm sewer, site utilities, landscaping. Well, I see it all the time. The construction manager, they put it out for bid, they lump it all together, one price for site work. Guess what that invites? You only get the big site work contractors, and their overhead is a lot higher. And the price is gonna come in a lot higher. So the local, under the design bid bill, I can tell you, we trying to get the lowest number. We're gonna stretch that baby out. We're gonna take bids on every one of them, you know. We're gonna get it right down there to the lowest possible number. In summary, the construction management delivery method, it invites corruption and crony capitalism. There's all kind of ways, and this is the biggest, one of the largest things that I do not like about this construction management delivery, and I wish it could change. You get large CMs, they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just on PR teams. They go around all over the state. When they first hear about a project, they're down there courting them, you know, talking with them, educating them about construction management. Smaller, younger contractors, they haven't got the money. They're busy trying to make a living. And so they've already worked with them sometimes a year in advance. And they're grooming it to pick them when it comes to the construction management method. That's not fair. You know, there's all kind of ways that corruption can take place. Let's just say somebody's on the take. I mean, I'm laying it online. You know, what if there's a corrupt superintendent? Or you wine and dine him and, hey, let's go play golf, you know, in Amelia or wherever, you know. It's happening, folks. I'm just telling you. And so that is the unfair part of it. That's where corruption comes in.
Let me let Representative Dunhu get a question.
Let me ask you a question, and I do appreciate your time and you being here, and I do mean that, everybody being here. I started a logistics company at 23 years old, and then a storage business. So when I started, I was young. But through integrity, I was responsible for being a man of my word. I was responsible when I went and took someone out for a steak dinner. I understood that they weren't going to give me the business. I had to earn that. And there was corruption in the business throughout. People would, a lot bigger than I was, would go and they would wine and dine.
Right.
Sometimes they won, sometimes they didn't. Usually I won in the long run because of being a man of my word. I received that business because they couldn't take care of the business, and I did at my rate. With that, I want to interject here to see how would you stop the possibility of the corruption? What would you, number one, do in the age of years that you put into this industry to stop this? Because there's always down here, we've got great people down here, but we have a lot that also walk to a different beat.
Well, first of all, I think it's way too much construction management. You're talking about 80% in the budget. That's not fair to the general contractors, the hard bid contractors. There's way more general contractors out there than there are construction managers, you know. These folks in rural areas are getting left out. I'm telling you, folks like myself, I'm at retirement age. Jeffrey's still fairly young. We got a grandson coming on. Maybe he'll come into the business, you know. And that's sort of the way construction business has been evolved over the years, you know. So I think that you know, if you're an honest person, you're gonna be honest, Does that make sense?
Yes.
But we can't assume, dealing with taxpayer money, that everybody is honest.
That's right.
And that's where the corruption is happening. I can tell you it's happening. You know, I can't prove it, but I mean, you know, if I could, they'd probably be people in prison, you know. But there needs to be, in this method, there needs to be more constraints far as about these establishing relationships with these owners when they're courting them, you know. I mean, why do that, you know? Hard bid method, DBB, design bid bill method, you ain't got no reason to court them. You get the job, you low. And so, I mean, there ain't no reason to court them. I mean, you know, when you come in, if you hired in lower bid, I mean, we got, I can't feel hard that if my competitor gets the job.
How, not to cut you short, but how would, and I'm guessing Jeff has maybe got something to add, how would y'all kind of, summarize and just sort of wrap up quickly, do us a little couple of minute closure on thoughts about what you would do different, in piggybacking off of what you've shared with us with these myths. What would you do to try to level the playing field?
Well, it's taken a lot longer than I thought.
Yeah.
But several of them's brought out, even some of the construction managers, this selection process, it's a scam. I just lay it straight on the line, I mean, the fact that one of these fellows is doing $100 million and I'm doing $20 million shouldn't have any effect on it. I can build a school just as good as he can. I've been doing it my whole life, But he'll score higher.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna score higher. That's wrong. The qualifications of a construction manager, and it's just human nature. Most of these boards, and this is what Mr. Torrance was trying to allude to a while ago. These folks don't no more have a clue what construction management is, a lot of them up there. I mean, I'm just on school boards. The only one that knows something about it is an architect, generally. Some of them are more educated than others. They're easily influenced. And if they come in with a dog and pony show and they got their bright jet that they've just landed down there at the airport and they come into the community, I mean, there's some glitter to it, and people, oh man, look at that. So it's too easy to be impressed, by the glitter. That's what.
So
I'm
the
trying to
selection
get.
process.
Through the selection process.
What else? What would be something else that you'd suggest?
Standardize any state money. Standardize the cost matrix.
Which goes a little bit hand in hand with the selection process or the panel, because they work off of the matrix. Is that right?
No, usually the construction manager is picked before, based on the qualification package, and then the cost matrix come into effect usually after, during the presentation or oil portion of it.
Yeah, I keep getting confused when everybody's selected, but right. And so what else besides the cost matrix? The matrix.
The standardized cost matrix is very important because that way everybody is bidding on the same thing. So many of these construction managers, on especially school projects in local areas where there's state money in, I mean, they use their own. And the truth is they can gouge the owner. I mean, they know what they're doing. they're gonna load as much work into that cost of work as they can, you know. I mean, you know, and they're gonna get a fee on top of it besides that. What else would I do? There's, what do you think?
Well, I just feel with taxpayers' money, and we've heard this mentioned earlier, is taxpayers' money should not be utilized just because the owner feels good about a contractor, or he likes the relationship of the team, or he likes the chemistry of the team. This is our taxpayers' money being utilized. It should be used as frugally as possible and should be stretched as far as possible. And in this CM at risk process, and again, I firmly believe that if during the CM at risk process, during the pre-construction portion of it, that's the greatest thing there is. But up front, when qualifications are given, cost matrices need to be delivered, showing the cost of those contractors, and fees need to be presented. Contractors should not get shortlisted, or contractors should not be chosen as CM at risk firms when fee and general conditions are not even entered into the picture.
And that's happening a lot of times in these local projects, not on GSFIC, Board of Regents, you know, but in these, where there's state money involved in schools, there's no standardization, you know, and these architects, they putting it the way, even one architect is putting the minimum you can bid. I mean.
On what now?
On the fee.
Oh, okay.
I mean, why would you put the minimum? I mean, if a CM wants to bid it at 6 and he's got 8, minimum you can bid is 8, that's crazy. So, I mean, I'm just trying to tell you the things
Right.
out there.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
No, I just need to, we got a couple more to go, and we're over time, but just want to wrap it up and
Can I
move to
make-
Mr. Patton. Yes, sir.
Can I make
Yes,
one more
sir.
point?
Yes, sir.
All right. Our communities, rural areas, we don't see a big project very often, okay?
What would you say is big in a rural community? Well, I mean,
if
because
it's
big
5
to
million
maybe
is
Representative
5
Martin's a little bit different than big to.
5 million is big.
Okay.
In Coffee County, Georgia. And
I know. 5 million
5
is
million.
what you're saying is a big project in some of these rural areas or whatever.
Right. So when one of these projects comes along and a construction manager, that something needs to be done so that, let's say in southeast Georgia, that a certain amount of work has got to go to folks in that area. And the reason is because if these construction managers from Atlanta or wherever, you know, is coming down in our area taking the work, they're not stimulating the economy like the local folks are. I mean, if I am the construction manager in Coffee County, all my employees live there, they buy groceries there. So whatever my fee is, let's just say my fee is 6%, and hopefully I'll make 2% off of it. Let's just say that. Well, even what I make won't last in a savings account very long. It's going to be spent somewhere, you know, in the county. So when somebody comes in, you know, they're always talking about local participation. All the sales pitches that's one of the biggest things, you know, is local participation. You know, we're gonna go in there, and they even research the PR team. They'll send them ahead of time to find out who the names of the concrete companies are, the lumber suppliers, so that when they do in their presentations, they can call out the folks' names so so it sounds good, you know. I'm just telling you the way it is. And it's the only way I know to do it. I'm not a very good speaker.
Well,
but I'm telling you,
I know everybody's driven a long way, and I want to give everybody an opportunity, and I certainly appreciate you coming and sharing. And if you don't mind, I'd definitely like for y'all to stick around. I want to try to get to Mr. Jacob Patton with Allstate, but we will still probably have some questions before y'all run out. Just hold tight. Mr. Patton, Allstate Electrical. Mr. Patton, appreciate your patience and hanging in here with us, well, everybody for that matter. Thank you.
I appreciate everyone picking on the electrician this morning.
Yeah, that's all right.
Thanks. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Jacob Patton. I'm the owner and CEO of Allstate Electrical based out of Macon, Georgia. My college roommate and I founded Allstate Electrical back in 1997, just 3 months after we completed our education at Georgia Tech. I joke with a lot of people that I've never really had a real job. I've always been self-employed. I was 22. I was young. Didn't know a dang thing about what I was doing, but I was bound and determined to figure it out. Our original home office was a simple desk with a computer on it in the spare bedroom of a mobile home that I rented from one of my friends in Lizella, Georgia. Our assets consisted of $1,000 in a checking account and a 1986 Jeep Cherokee that I purchased with student loans at Georgia Tech. Our original team of 3 employees, including myself, spent our first 2 years in business working all over South Georgia, wiring up electrical services to mobile homes before we moved into the commercial construction. Our annual revenues for those first 2 years was just over $200,000, and we were dang proud of it. Today, we're very proud that we've recently celebrated our 20th anniversary just less than 3 weeks ago. We're now having 178 team members who live throughout the state of Georgia. We're currently projecting that our annual revenues for this year will be over $34 million. That's a long ways from $200,000 20 years ago. I'm here today because I truly believe it is important to give back to our industry and the communities that have been good to us and helped make us successful. Our firm provides electrical services of all types of commercial projects throughout the state of Georgia, including K through 12, higher education, healthcare, retail, and municipal projects. Geographically, we cover the entire state of Georgia, and our 178 team members live in communities throughout the whole state. So we're affected by all the local communities. We participate in projects using all types of delivery methods, but we mainly concentrate on CM at risk projects and design bid build. Some of our general contractor partners include Sheridan, Pelicano, JCI, Lintile, Garbett, Parrish, Piedmont, Stafford, Carroll Daniel, and several others. So we have a lot of experience working with people in all markets. Over the last 5 years, approximately 70% of our volume has been CM at risk versus 20% design build or design bid build, and 10% has been what I would call negotiated work. Now, why is that the case, you might wonder? Based on over 700 total projects we've worked on over the last 20 years, we've learned a lot of things. We have learned that we are the low bidder on approximately 25% of the CM at risk projects that we bid on versus around 15% for the design bid build projects. This higher success rate does encourage us to invest more estimating resources into CM projects. So why are we more competitive on CM projects? The fact is, we charge more overhead and more fee for design bid build projects over CM for several reasons. A lot of times in the hard bid markets, we're not familiar with the general contractors that are bidding or what they expect. And just the fact is, if you're getting to know new partners and what they expect, that's going to cost a lot of time and a lot of money. Our experience has proven, and with everyone we've worked with, it might not always be the case, hard bid GCs generally put less resources on projects. There's generally one superintendent at best, and you might see the project manager once a month. This is working with several contractors all over the state. This generally lengthens the construction schedule and always delays responses to things that we might need that could help the project be more successful for everyone. A Benefit over the CM contractors, they definitely do a better job of clarifying the scope of work accurately between all the trades during the bid process, and that reduces assumptions that we have to make that could add a lot of cost to our bid. CM projects are finished faster in our experience than hard bid projects in almost all cases. This reduces our general conditions cost. A lot of times the construction managers, they always have the schedule put into the contract before they put it out to the subcontractors, so we know what they're expecting and what the owner's expecting. An approach to help the schedule with the CM approach, it allows them to start site work, steel fabrication, or manufacturing of other long lead time items before the documents are complete, and this helps the overall schedule of the project. Another big benefit we see as a subcontractor is that CM contracts are generally awarded to the CM contractor early on, so we can follow projects sooner. A lot of our CM partners, they always notify the subs, here's what we've got coming up in the next 12 months or 18 months. And having that information allows us to add resources ahead of time. We plan for future workflow based off, we're going to win a certain percentage of projects that we bid on. Roughly 25% of the CM that's coming out there, roughly 15% of the hard bid. So having that information up front from the CM allows me to know, do I need to start hiring on more staff now or adding resources so I can plan ahead? When we bid on design, bid, build projects, the project generally starts within a month of the bid date. That leaves very little time for planning. It leaves time for people to, it adds a liability to the projects for us and for everybody involved, that we might not can ramp up the manpower quick enough to meet the schedule that they want to, or we might not be able to order the equipment plant, early enough, or our team might not have enough time to review the documents. What are some other benefits that I see from the CM approach directly to the owner? I think the early involvement of the CM in a project allows time to for them to work with the owner and the design team to make sure the project is designed in a budget the owner can afford. Very few projects come in under budget the first time in hard bid. We work on a lot of value engineering options after the bid on almost all hard bid projects to help reduce costs. The fact is, the savings the owner receives when we offer this back after the bid time is probably 50 to 60% on the dollar. There's a lot of cost associated with us having to go through the documents, figure out ways to save money, and we need to recoup that cost. The savings the owner receives during the CM process, a lot of times, since you've got the CM on board early on, those value engineering options are put into the bid documents. So when we bid it, or our subcontractors or our distributors bid the project, they're already pricing it at the levels of the value engineering alternates. And like someone said earlier, you get back the whole dollar for dollar savings when it's in the documents earlier. I'm not saying there's not some VE on CM projects, there is, we do some of it, but the percentage of doing that is a lot higher on hard bid projects, and that's just a fact. The CM at risk model is a partnership. For CM at risk, the contractor is part of the team, and in my experience, they always look to add value to the project. The objective of the owner, the architect, and the contractor is aligned early in the process. In contrast, the hard bid format can produce adversarial relationships, as the contractor must look primarily at their bottom line, since his services have been purchased as though it was a commodity instead of a professional service. You do get higher quality in the CM process. That's facts. Bringing the contractor on board early allows quality control to begin during the design phase and continue through construction and warranty. The owner also benefits by the contractor providing input in better possible means, methods, and material for life cycle cost. In the CM approach, you not only have the contractor on board and doing their quality control, the architect and the engineer are still involved in quality control as well, along with the owner. So you have a CM, an architect, an engineer, and an owner that are all part of that process. So you have several eyes looking at it, and that helps everything. Generally on a CM project, we'll get a punch list from the general contractor or construction manager before the architect or engineers comes on site, and then the architect goes and does his punch list, and then the engineer goes and does his punch list, and our team does their own punch list. So there's a lot of people looking after it, so yes, quality control is better. You do get a higher quality project for the owner. In our experience, there have been fewer change orders on CM projects. With a CM on board during the design, they take more ownership in making sure the design is complete by reviewing documents before the bid packages are out for bid. When changes do come up, it's then in their best interest to minimize the cost to keep the relationship between the owner and the design team strong. If the owner goes with the hard bid delivery method, they run a higher risk of more changes, and then it's in the GC's best interest to drive that cost up and make it expensive because it affects his bottom line. In the CM method, you also have increased transparency. The owner gets to see where his money is being spent. Having this information during the construction and even more importantly during pre-construction allows the owner to make educated decisions on where they want to spend their money and what options they can afford both before construction and as the project progresses along in case there's any cost savings and they have other options they want to add or deduct. In my experience, there's definitely added value. When an owner brings a CM on board, they gain the ability to tell the full construction team, the architect, the engineers, and the contractor what's most valuable to them from day one. This empowers the team as a whole to provide the owner with the most value from start to finish. I'm not here today to tell you that CM is always right choice because it's not. But based on the items that I've mentioned today, I strongly believe the owner should have this tool as an option. As I previously stated, we are currently working with some GC partners through the hard bid delivery method as well. The method does work great for projects such as maybe a prototype building, like a retail space that's built over and over and over, or Dialysis center in different models. For more complex projects, being allowed to use the CM at Risk tool is very important and valuable to owners and those of us who have committed their lives to improving this industry. I'm very passionate about this industry and what we do. I think it's the Georgia Procurement Office's responsibility to find the best value. And I think in a lot of situations, we've proved that CM at Risk can be best value. So I think it's important to leave that flexibility to owners who uses it as a tool. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. And I appreciate your time and let me be here today.
I wanted to just maybe ask one question. In your presentation there, you mentioned about the general contractor under the hard bid method that the the contractor could inflate or increase the cost somehow.
Yes, sir.
How?
The fact is they generally do not put the resources on the job in a lot of cases to manage it properly. Therefore, I have to put I've had hard bid general contractors tell me in person, we do whatever we can to make sure we get you on our job because that makes me not have to put somebody who really knows what they're doing to manage the project. So I have to put costs for me to manage that process more.
But I guess, are they expecting you to do something that is not in your specs or not in your scope of management of your company? I mean, they're not asking you as an electrical contractor to do things that are outside of the purview of what you agreed and bid to do. Otherwise, you have a pretty good argument that that's not what I signed up to do. So you're just kind of...
They're generally not, no, they're not going to ask me to put in the ceiling tile. But they will ask me to, in a lot of cases, they might not have a superintendent that's capable of organizing or managing the project, and they expect a lot of more management.
So on a construction management at risk project, their superintendent's going to manage your people?
Their superintendent's going to manage the project. They're going to manage the subcontractors and coordinate with my foreman. They generally have a superintendent. A lot of times they'll have assistant superintendent, so there's an additional resource, and their project manager will be very involved in the project as well.
Which comes at a cost to the construction manager. That person that's on that job that you're referencing that helps manage that, is that a free employee?
No,
Do they
sir.
work for, I mean, they make money though.
They do make money,
So
yes, sir.
somebody's paying that person.
But them being there lowers the cost of the project because it allows you to finish a project in 10 months that a lot of hard bid contractors will take 17 months to build.
I'm just trying to figure out how the general contractor under hard bid is having to raise his price, but yet under construction management, somehow it magically goes down.
The
When
general-
there's another manager on the job on both sides, is it?
The general contractor is seeing an increased cost from the subcontractors, so that's causing the overall project cost to be up.
Any other questions? And again, I apologize that we're running long. I'm probably not doing a good job of moving
No.
through this, but Mr. Patton, thank you so much. And again, I know it's a long day and people stick around, they'll have some questions. We got one more and we are gonna wrap it up, but thank you again, Mr. Patton, for your presentation.
Thank you.
SOA Construction. And we're gonna really put the monkey on your back. I know everybody's ready to go and wanted to, because everybody has driven a long ways, want to let them have their say, but so it's on you, and we're going to let you take it away. Just kind of keep your eye on the clock and do the best you can.
Bid day, right?
That's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. You go ahead, let it rip.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name's Steve Adelot, and I'm president of SOA Construction. I was born and raised in Alabama, and went to school at Auburn and School of Architecture and Building Construction, and moved to Georgia in 1987. I managed a Northrop missile facility, phase 1 of it. Since then, I worked with several other general contractors. I did a aluminum extrusion plant for a company, and we've done prisons and schools and done a little bit of everything. So, in my background, before I started our own business, did a little bit of everything. Most of it was negotiated work. Some of it was hard bid work. So, had a little experience with everything. I had a burning desire to have my own company, and so I bid a project. Bid a project. It was a school project, and I was low bidder. That was my first project. I started our business in my bedroom. I had my young daughter in my lap most of the time when I was working on a bid. So I know what it means to start from nothing and build something of value. We did that project. I basically was the cleanup guy. I heard somebody else testify that too. I was cleanup guy. I toted mortar. I did whatever it took to get that job done on time. And so we wound up with our first job being very successful. Once that project was done, things just kind of snowballed, and I pretty much stayed in the hard bid market until 2007. In 2007, we entered another arena that was foreign to me. We bid. There was 5 prison projects that was put out to bid. They were all the same. The one I bid on was inside the perimeter fence of a maximum security prison. We were the 5th contractor to bid the project. We were low bidder. We were the last one to start and the first one to finish. And because of that, we received an award from the Department of Corrections for our efforts and integrity and performance. So I know what it means to take a set of plans and hard bid it and think through it and use the correct numbers that you got to use. And I've heard testimony today where sometimes you might get a number on bid day that is basically way lower than the rest of them, and we always had a policy that bid is thrown out. That may cause me not to get the project, because somebody will use it. And you just never know, how that would turn out. So our risk, to minimize our risk, we always do those numbers out. Since the economy, we have tailored our business more in the negotiated market, in the private market. During the 2000 to say 2006, I bid one school project. It was part of a CM package, and basically the CM the project was over budget, and the school system put the project out, and I bid the job and won the job. And we began to build it. We were quite a bit lower than the other contractors, but we had plenty of margin in it and had plenty of money to do the job. Well, that was the last school project I did, and we just our subcontractor messed up, and we had a problem. And if you're in this business long enough, you're gonna make some mistakes. And we had a building that was basically 60 by 100, and the mason had. In fact, I went to Florida to take my Florida contractor's license test, and while he was gone, he laid up half the building and left out the first bond beam in the wall. And nobody knew it but me and the superintendent. And so, my first thought was, well, I got to do what's right. And, we had half the building laid up. So I went to the architect and I said, look, we missed the first bond beam. We got kids that's going to be in this school, and there's no way I could sleep at night knowing that. And I just said, I made a decision, we're going to tear it down. And I don't need anybody to tell me that. So we spent a month tearing it down. And we were a month late delivering the job, but it was a hard bid. We tore that wall down, didn't get a change order for it. We built it back, and we still made money on the project. So, I'm saying that to say that, if you, hard bid a project and you think things through good enough, you can, and that's just, that's what this nation's great about, is that you can figure out ways to make something work. Was it the perfect storm? No, I didn't want that to happen. School board didn't want it to happen, but it happened. So that's kind of my story, my horror story about hard bid jobs. But sometimes you just got to do the right thing and pay the price and then move on. But most of my negotiated work is design build, and I spend a lot of time, putting our name out, and I spend a lot of time trying to get, companies to look at us and use us for design build projects. But we're dealing with private money. We're talking, hospitals and churches and that kind of thing. One of the reasons that I shied away from the school projects was I basically, at that point in time, was only, according to the qualifications, qualified to bid hard bid, and I was not qualified as a CM at risk because of the way the RFP was written. And so we just continued down another path, and I chose at that time not to invest the money into the CM at risk school projects for that reason. We were way behind the curve, and it was going to take a while to get in front of it. So with that being said, I certainly would like opportunities to get back in building schools. I've built a lot of different things, and if I can certainly build a aluminum extrusion plant, I can build a school. It's probably about the simplest construction you'll see. and it's nothing real complicated about it. So as a hard bid contractor in the I guess the tax funded world versus a negotiated contractor in the private world, we really enjoy the design build market. I mean, it's like some of the testimony you heard, the collaboration and making sure, but you know, we have the fee that we want, we have the overhead costs covered that we want, and it's a very smooth process, and we give the owner everything that they ask for in most cases. But in the tax funded world, the CM at risk has become a very subjective method of selection, and I wanted to just share. I've got a lot of documents here, and you're certainly welcome to any of them. But I wanted to share that, you know, based on the Secretary of State's office with the licensing board, you know, a licensed general contractor and a licensed construction manager are one and the same. I mean, there is no difference. There's not a special license for a CM. So I know that may be beating a dead horse, but I mean, based on the licensing requirements, there is no designation for construction manager.
I
So
guess what makes you a construction manager is the fact that you've been a construction manager on one or selected. I mean, what is it that identifies you?
Well, like when I started my business, I was right off the bat qualified to bid on hard bid jobs, but I was not qualified to be selected for a CM project. But I had the same license, so you know there's.
Well, I want to be clear about that. You're qualified, but maybe the RFP or RFQ somebody said might disqualify you.
Absolutely, it
Okay.
disqualified. I was not qualified because of the RFP selection process, the points that you get for having done projects using the CM method. And so what I'm here to say to you is the state doesn't designate it any different, and as a professional in the business, there is no difference. It's just the contract you use. I mean, if you know how to build and know how to read plans and do takeoffs and scheduling and pricing and putting bids together, and you've done it successfully, then you can do a CM job. And it's coming from a private sector. To me, it is so much easier, but again, we're dealing with private money on that side. We're not dealing with public money. And we're talking about competition, right? I mean, we're trying to level the playing field so that possibly, I mean, since 2000, I've seen probably, you know, $500 million worth of school projects in my county being built, and I've not got a single chance to do one. So, with that being said, I didn't pursue it because I just knew that, you know, I was not going to be considered. So to level the playing field and give somebody like me that has been in business for 20 years and I know how to build all kind of different things, I would think I would bring a very, very good value to the table. And the selection process is in the way. And if I had to make a recommendation, I would say that that's where we need to definitely start. But I also want to, you know, let you know that I started asking some questions about this, and I had some open records requests out there, and I you know, made some comments about the process similar to what was made today, and And I received a letter from an attorney said I needed to be quiet about it. And so, you know,
Is that somebody
Yeah.
with the state or where?
no, it was a competitor that hired an attorney to send me a letter to cease and desist, you know, my process. So there is a huge movement out there to stop people like me from getting in the market or asking questions or trying to figure out what's going on. And I've got some stuff here that can be received on any website, on any of the school board websites that you're welcome to look at if you want to look at. But I just want to talk briefly about some of them. Last time we met, we talked about that that there was a document that GISFIC, and by the way, I've done several projects with GISFIC. The prison project was a GISFIC project, and it was hard bid. I've only done hard bid jobs with GISFIC, so never done a selection based. But the last time we met, GISFIC said that there was a document for the committee to sign that says that I have not been influenced by any outside measures to make a decision on the CM that we've chosen. And it's just almost embarrassing to show you this, but this is a lobbyist report. Okay, everybody knows what a lobbyist is on in the House. There's a CM and there's several that have lobbyists. Okay, and I just picked on this particular one. And in this report, 2012, this is what her report said. It says name of any vendor.
Just want to remind you about names.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
so
going
forth.
to
That's
list
fine.
any
Go ahead.
names. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Name of any vendor or vendors which the lobbyist undertook to influence the awarding of a contract or contracts by any state agency, together with a description of the contract and the monetary value. Replacement of the elementary school, $10 million. Central campus renovation, $10 million. 5-year construction management contract, $15 million. Five-year construction management contract number 2, $4.5 million. And this process is supposed to be objective. But her statement says that she influenced the school board for these projects. So I'm just giving you a good example of, I hear it a lot, that, you know, there's a lot of influence given.
Now, does the school board have to sign the same kind of a document that they sign with Georgia State Finance and Investment Commission?
I don't know.
Because I think what we have uncovered pretty quickly was that the school stuff is handled much differently than the GISFIC stuff, and so I don't know if that form is in the packages from the school systems. And again, I just thinking out loud.
Yeah.
You keep going and try to move on through, and you let us know what you do different.
Yeah, here's another lobbyist report. This one was 2011. There was $12,000 spent on meals and riverboat cruises. Board of Education. There's probably 20 boards listed on here, Board of Educations. So, my point here is, how in the world can somebody be objective in the process when they've been given all of this? I mean, that's just human nature, that you're going to be easily influenced into going with somebody that has basically given you a free ride at the convention. Does that make sense?
It does, but I just want to
Okay.
throw this in there, is that, when we're up here during session, we have people take us to dinner, and then there's limits on what they can buy. So, they can't hardly even buy you a hamburger anymore, which is good. I'm totally in favor of that, but I wouldn't want to throw a blanket accusation out across the industry because someone took them fishing or whatever they did. You know what I mean? Because we talked about it. You're either honest or you're not. And so you go into dinner
Well-
and these things. But you're making a great point. I just want us to be careful that we're not throwing these blanket accusations out with partners from around the industry. You just keep going.
No, I'm just giving you an example because it's available on the public forum. I mean, you can look it up yourself.
I just to that point, I think it's fair to make that is, that's one of the things that the Ethics Commission, is it Campaign Transparency? I may have the wrong name, but the website you got, I mean, that's one thing that you have. It is right there for you to see. I mean, I don't know what county you got and what school board, and I think the chairman doesn't want to get into that today, and that's fine. We can look at that. But, anybody in that county, and as far as, I don't know where you get your cease and desist order, but what was going on there. But I mean, you're not prohibited, to my knowledge, from sharing that on the front page of the local newspaper, and that's there for that reason. What worries me, or what could be more concerning to me, is the people that may influence decisions that don't have to report that. I mean, and I'm not taking away from what you're talking about there. So the question I would have relative to that is, if just had to sign the form that you're not influenced. I mean, when you wake up in the morning and you turn on your TV, you're influenced by something. It's an improper influencing, and I think that's what you've got to look at there. And again, not indicting or apologizing or judging from that, but I think that the good portion of that is if you wish to take those things, and the folks that was done on behalf of got all the business or none of the business, whatever, and put together a case to do that. The place to do that is right, if it were me, would be right in front of your school board, at a duly called meeting with your folks, your folks there, and ask them whatever else goes with it. But the transparency portion of it is what it is, and you're welcome as a citizen to do what you've done and ask any questions surrounding it.
Thank you. Moving on to the RFP method. Basically, we had a gentleman from the Department Board of Education that said that convenience contracts are illegal contracts, and as far as they're concerned, basically the 5-year contracts for the school boards, and basically what I understand about that, and I didn't know that, first time I'd heard that, but basically what I understand is you can't, once you select a CM for a project, you can't just let them have all the projects. They all have to be bid independently. And so,
and I was just going to try to maybe help clarify that a little bit. I don't know that it's necessarily the convenience contract portion as it is possibly some other projects worked into that are new bid opportunities. And Mike, am I right? So I don't know that it's, and again, I'm dizzy trying to absorb all this, but I believe, Mike can correct me, the convenience contract portion of it is not necessarily the problem as it is taking and maybe, to use an expression, a change order in or whatever, in a new bid opportunity that needed to be competitively bid and trying to add to that. Does that sound right?
I think we're talking about the same thing, but well, basically, here's an RFP. I've got 4 RFPs examples here. And this is a RFP for CM at risk. It says the construction manager for facility improvement for 5-year contracts begins on January 1, 2013 and ends on December 31st, 2017. So this CM at risk RFP is specifically for a CM over a convenience contract. Okay. The criteria, and there's, you know, there's different things here, but the key here that I want to bring to light today is that 20% of the grade is a CM at risk for program experience. I don't have program experience. There's very few that I know that have managed 5-year contracts. So, you know, we're talking about competition, right? So to compete with this, it's like the chicken or the egg, you know. How can you compete, you know, if you've never given an opportunity to do a 5-year program? So these kinds of things are what, well, you know, wining and dining, you know, in private practice goes on every day. But when you're trying to, when you're dealing with taxpayer money, and I think, you know, just giving you a bullet point for an improvement of the process, I think, you know, I would be more interested at CM at risk if we got rid of that somehow, because I can't compete with it. I can't spend $12,000 on meals for, you know, 30 people. I just can't do it. And, you know, I'm like one of the guys said, I'm too busy trying to run my business, and I can't go out there and do that kind of thing. So when you're talking about competition, RFP is one thing, but competing against, you know, favors for people, whether it's legal or not, I don't know. But I can't compete against that. And that's part of the process. Whether it's publicly known that it's part of the process, I think Mr. Harper said that it's going on, and maybe this is the way to get the information to light, that this is actually part of the competition, is you're competing against, you know, this type of thing, not just simply your requirements. So I'm gonna move on to some other, but I've got one of them is the 2012, one of them is the 2015. They're both the same, and the disturbing part of this whole thing is that the company that got these contracts wrote the RFP. And it's here in black and white on the website. So to me, if you write the request for proposal and you compete for that request for proposal, the two should definitely be separated somehow. If you get paid or whether you do it for free, you know, it just invites, whether it's illegal or not, I don't know. But it sure don't look good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think we've talked about a couple of things, and construction managers and contractors have both alluded to the problems with the RFQs, and just because you've never done one should not disqualify you. And if we can straighten out some of those things in the RFQ, it really don't matter who writes it. You know what I mean? If we can fix those standardized kind of thing, and so
this is not,
we certainly aren't in depth enough about, and maybe some of our legal friends can help us. But when you start getting into whether or not you can write an RFP, I think if we can standardize or somehow narrow that opportunity, then it probably wouldn't matter who writes it, as long as it's kind of a Representative Martin.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Going back again, and I know it's a late hour. I mean, I had a hard stop at 1:45 myself, but I'm not going to leave the gentleman talking and he's bringing good points. But again, we're talking about, you know, I'm going to assume most of that paperwork came from a single jurisdiction or a single school board.
There were 4 different school boards.
Four different schools. Okay, so we got 4 different school boards. So we have 159 school systems, counties, and 20-something whatevers, and they may all have hiccups in it. But I think I'm back to where I was an hour or two ago. I think construction management risk, I think, design build, I think there's different ways to do different things. But I mean, you bring up the information you have, without identifying, the place or the people. Perception means more than reality. And if I were looking at from the outside in, and if the same guy that wrote the RFP was the guy that won it and spent the $12,000, I'd roll my eyes. Might be all above board. I don't have the objective. I'm not a finder of fact to try to get to that. But I mean, it does make you go, huh? The old Johnny Carson thing. It does make you go, huh? But I don't think any one of those things by himself should, disqualify. I mean, if you've got a school board that you think $12,000 is going to spend their way and they're going to do wrong by the taxpayers and the kids, you need a new school board, in my opinion. But those three things together, Mr. Chairman, I mean, they do bring that. I think anybody in the room here would kind of grin and roll their eyes about that. And maybe those things need to be looked at.
This is the kind of stuff that makes CM at risk.
But I don't disagree, and we need, so perhaps there is that thing in there that the rules need to be, if you write it, you can't bid on it. I mean, if we remember when we started our program here to do data management at the state, all it was supposed to do, gosh, I can't remember the agency who does that now, that does all the data for the state.
Lexus.
No. It's a state. It's the Technology Authority of Georgia. No, what am I? What? GTA. Yeah. All right. So when we started that, they were supposed to do the RFPs and get all the vendors to bring state technology. Well, the gentleman that was the first executive director started doing that, and then he started bidding on his own projects and hiring people, state employees, to do the project. And it had to be separated again. And either under Governor Perdue or Governor Deal or both, they've done that. But so I guess I'm getting to the point. You bring up things to do. I don't know that the construction management risk is a problem. The way these people are implementing it brings into question the fairness of the process when you're I mean, if I'm writing the test, I ought to pass it. If I'm writing all the questions in the test, I ought to pass it. So that's just what I'd like to. I don't know if we have another meeting here, or if it was just three of them. I don't know how many we
got two more, but
okay, you were
we got to get finished with this one first.
No, I understand, and I'll just. But I would think it would make sense to bring by and look at these, and even if we redacted some of the things, if that's the chair's will, but to look at these specific things.
But some of these things that we will look into further, there's times and places for all of that, and we're not here to allege anything, good, bad, or indifferent. I was always. I thought pretty clear about that, but
I want to make it clear that this is the kind of stuff that I can't compete against.
Right. That's right.
Okay, we're talking about fair and open competition.
And we've heard that a couple of other times. That's right.
This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about that I cannot compete with, and I refuse to compete with it. If I can't win a contract based on what I do, I got a problem. That's just the way I look at it.
What else you want us to look at to try to run through it pretty quick?
Well, I got one more example. This is a real school bid. There were three bidders that CM at risk. Okay, and this is a document from the school board, and their statement here is that contractor B. The evaluation of proposal, contractor B was eliminated due to the fact that they listed design, bid, build work as CM at risk work. And we just know that, there's no difference. I guess the reason this was stated this way is because they didn't follow instructions, I'm assuming. But, to be eliminated for listing work that you did under a hard bid versus work you did as a CM at risk. I mean, this guy didn't even get to the table because of it. And they're a huge contract. They're nationwide. It also says that that they did not, they also partnered with another firm to provide the program experience. Now here again, the 5-year contracts come into play. Was part of the evaluation process. And,
With school systems.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. We got a lot of different.
Yeah. And it did not present any direct program experience. For these reasons, they were dropped from the list. So you got hard bid work is a non-qualifier. You got a 5-year this guy was going to partner with somebody that had 5-year program experience, and that wasn't good enough. So that was a non-qualifier. So there's two things that the industry has created within itself that's self-governing. I mean, it's created basically a monopoly for those who have had 5-year program experience to earn the 20 points. And for those of us who don't have very little CM at risk experience, we have no opportunity to even compete for this work. So I wanted to explain that.
Let's hold breath. Mr. Buddy.
I have one quick question. The board that regulates contractors.
Yes, sir.
Do they have any of these provisions in their rules and regulations? And in other words, are these things that have been set up by the system, or are they set up by the board that regulates contractors?
I believe Dave Sear was on the original board there, but they're OCGA 4341-2. There's a definition for contractor, and basically it says performs the construction or management of construction for an owner of any building, bridge, or any other structure. So there's no designation.
But that board has not said we have a rule that says you must have 5 years.
There's nothing in there for that.
Okay,
right.
and that's, I guess that's where I'm coming from. So the industry within itself has developed these, and it's nothing in law or regulation by a state board.
That's right.
That requires any of this.
That's right. I've also just got some typical requirements. You know, we talked about advertising earlier, doing a better job advertising the projects. A lot of school boards have kind of gone to advertising on their website. And, you know, for a small contractor like me, I mean, we're going to do $15 million this year. You know, and it's taken me 20 years to get to that point. I don't have time to hire somebody or have the money to hire somebody to monitor websites every day. I mean, that's the only way to find this stuff. And now we read the paper, you know, the newspaper. Most of us read the newspaper, and if it's listed in the organ, you know, legal organ, then usually we'll find it. So
the schools are not required to publicly advertise or something?
Yeah, they are, but
they are.
They can do it on their own website now, from what I understand. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Here's a construction management at risk agreement. There is it's their basic core agreement between the owner and the contractor, and it spells out just basic duties of both. There is a section that covers general conditions, and we heard general conditions is your job site overhead. You got office overhead and you got job site overhead. Your job site overhead is basically your superintendent and any personnel on site that represents you, and your trailer and, you know, your toilets and all that sort of thing. This particular contract says the cost of the work for each project shall be a lump sum amount for the general conditions, and it should be determined based on the complexity and the duration of each project. So the general conditions is not even negotiated. It's not even known what the general conditions are with this contract, this blanket contract, these convenience contracts. So someone earlier said if we could bid the fee as an improvement and bid the general conditions as an improvement to the process, I would go along with that. I think that's a good move to do. But basically, this contract identifies the fee, pre-construction fee, and then construction fee. And then all of the projects are change ordered in. You know, this particular one's done by amendment, or you can call it an amendment, you can call it change order, call it an exhibit, whatever you want to call it. It's added to the master contract. There's 18 amendments on this particular one. 18 change orders.
And you're just to be clear, you're referencing what you are calling a convenience contract, or that's what it is called, I guess. But this is not like building a small school or that's
this
totally
is all
different.
schoolwork.
It's a construction management at risk contract, but it's a convenience contract with a school system over a period of years.
So you select the CM at risk based on the criteria, the RFP, and then that company manages all of the projects within that 5-year period. And this is how they're added to the contract. So you'll have, you know, the contract value added, description of the work, and all the documentation of what the plans are and all that. And it lists the general conditions for each one as well.
Well, I certainly hate to just
I'm
cut
good.
it,
I'm done.
But I want to remind everyone that if you have any information that is on Word or a PDF, or you can scan it and get it to us, myself or Sarah, we can make this available to the ones who are involved in this this committee process, to the stakeholders, you. This is completely open. Matter of fact, it'll be archived onto our videos. You can go back and watch it. And but if you have any other information you'd like for us to have, because we have to try to keep it on as tight as we can, please email it to us. And you go to Georgia General Assembly website, and all of our email addresses are on there. And we'll make sure that folks that request it get it, and it'll be available to the committee. And I do apologize, but I really wanted to make sure people had driven a long way to come up here. I wanted to make sure we heard from everybody. I'll get out the next meeting notice as soon as possible. Representative Martin really got on to me pretty hard on the last one because you had to miss, but I only gave like a 5 days notice or something. 3? And so I apologize. Thank y'all all so much for coming, and we are going to adjourn.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.